Our next guest has a very unique background, and we're so excited to have her on with us today. She is a psychology based subconscious expert, and she happens to be in a league of her own. She built a medtech company and is partnered with Pfizer. She's a true genius here, and she's going to be talking to entrepreneurs, business owners about how they're able to help, how she's able to help them enhance their business and their health through subconscious mastery. And so, without further ado, Christine, welcome. We're excited to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you. Well, tell us a little bit about you. Give us a little bit about your background.
Yes, so I started being a founder of a medtech company, and we grew the company and everything looked very nice on the outside. We had this award-winning product. We were helping thousands of patients. We even had studies that proved the effect of the product.
Wow.
And everything was amazing from the outside, but going inside, it was a completely different story. No matter how hard we worked, we couldn't break beyond certain revenue ceilings. I was working a lot. I was super overwhelmed. I didn't know how to set any kind of boundaries.
Right.
And my body started to shut down. So I was diagnosed with burnout. I had chronic digestive issues. I had these joint pains. It got so bad that at one point I couldn't move my hand, and my boyfriend had to do my hair. So imagine it was not a good time.
No.
Yes, and that's when I started to look into a lot of different modalities because, of course, I didn't want to accept that. I wanted to heal.
Right.
And no matter what I tried, nothing really worked long term until I realized that all of these things were treating the symptoms, but never going down to the root. And that's when I discovered that the real root was in my subconscious, which was holding a lot of beliefs around success not being safe, that if I would make a lot of money, I would become one of these bad rich people,
Right.
that if I would be more visible, I would be judged. And so my subconscious was creating all of these issues that I had in my life.
Wow. Now, for the people who are listening, who are more familiar with mindset, can you describe to us what the difference is between mindset and the subconscious work that you do?
Yes. So the mindset work works with the conscious mind, which is 5% of our cognitive capacity. The subconscious is the other 95%. So that's really where we store our identity, our safety patterns, how our nervous system reacts. That's why we store our money stories, visibility stories. In the end, our subconscious decides how we feel, what we think about, how we interact in our daily life. And so the mindset work mainly works with these 5%. But if you're subconscious, the other 95% are not on board. It's going to be really hard to actually make the changes that you want to make. An analogy that I always like to give is, imagine you're sitting in a boat, and this boat is like you're moving forward. And if everything's good, you move forward consciously, like with the 5%. But if this boat would have a leak, you could shovel out the water as much as you wanted, like the water would always come in, no matter how much work you do. So that's what you do when you go into the subconscious. You fix that leak so that then actually everything else can work as well.
Wow. Now, a lot of business owners are thinking that they need more strategies, maybe. They're thinking that they might need another coach. And so you're saying that maybe it's an internal shift that needs to happen.
Yes, exactly. Like a lot of the people I work with, they are already doing all of the things. As you said, they invested in themselves, they're using all of the strategies, they're smart, they're disciplined. But the thing is, if your subconscious is not in alignment with the success that you want to create, it will protect you from that success that you're creating. So no matter what amazing strategy you have, it's always going to be filtered through your beliefs, through your subconscious. And the subconscious, well, if it says you can't make that amount of money, you're going to, in slight ways, sabotage yourself. You might procrastinate, you might not show up, or you just might not be clear in your messaging as well.
Okay. Now, when you started learning these methods and tools and started applying them in your business, you told us before you were having health issues and you were hitting revenue ceilings. I think one of the things that you shared with me was that your income increased by 4 times. Tell us about some of the other things that happened.
Yes, it was incredible. Like all of my health issues healed, like the joint pains that I mentioned, they from one day to the other they were gone. The digestive issues I had, the burnout in 2, 3 weeks, it was gone. We signed a major contract with a big pharma company, and my income quadrupled. So it was like crazy effects in a very short amount of time.
Wow. Wow. This is incredible. Now, take us through the process. So, what's your program called?
My program is called Subconscious Mastery Membership, and we always start with creating awareness. So, in the awareness part, we use the subconscious scan, which is basically a diagnostic tool with which we identify the different beliefs that are running the show. And this is usually where entrepreneurs already get stuck because we're consciously trying to think about what is the beliefs that are actually running the show.
Right.
But in the subconscious scan, we measure. We measure what beliefs are active and how deeply they are rooted and what kind of patterns they create. And that takes only a few minutes. And once we have this baseline, we use a 14-minute reprogramming sequence to change one belief for another. So we could pull out, I'm afraid to be seen, and replace it with, it is safe to be seen. And it works in 14 minutes. And it's not only a mindset change, like people feel it in their body as physiological. There's new neural pathways that are being built. And people usually feel a lot lighter afterwards, change, like a weight has been lifted because it's the weight of this belief that has been keeping them stuck for so long.
Wow. Now, talk to me about some of the tangible effects. So, let's say an entrepreneur is having these revenue plateaus, they're not able to get clients to pay in full. People are not coming in, they're not being visible online. How does this system help them? Talk to us about how it could do that.
Yes, let me give you an example of a client. Juan, he's an Instagram growth coach, and he came to me with being like in these income roller coasters all the time. A lot of clients paying him in payment plans and not in full. And after just one session of reprogramming his beliefs, mainly from childhood around receiving and money, the very next day, a client who actually wanted to pay him with a payment plan paid him in full. And usually when that happened, he felt like, wow, now I have a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure to actually deliver, but he just felt like open to receiving that client. And so a lot more clients came in afterwards paying in full. And we see that in so many other stories as well. Usually the sales conversions increase by 2 to 4% of people who start changing their subconscious, and they get more people paying in full. They get booked faster. For example, another person is Katie. She's also a client, and she came in with long-term anxiety like that she had since childhood. And now imagine you want to grow your business or start your business with anxiety. It's very difficult.
Right.
So after just 4 sessions of reprogramming, the anxiety was completely gone. She even said to me afterwards, like, what anxiety? I don't even know anymore. And after that, within just a few weeks, she got 2 long-term retainer clients and was fully booked in her business.
Wow. Now, what about the entrepreneur that's struggling with procrastination, which we see a lot? How could this help them?
Well, procrastination is the same. It's also rooted in the beliefs in our subconscious. So an example is Natalie. She's a manifestation and embodiment coach, and she was procrastinating on this offer that she wanted to launch for months. And she came in and we had one session where we reprogrammed her beliefs around that, and literally the procrastination was gone and she launched her program. So any kind of like procrastination, repeating patterns, they always have their base in our belief systems in the subconscious.
Now, you mentioned to me that this work could also help with world peace. Talk to me about your mission for world peace, and how does subconscious mastery allow for that?
Yes, so we always believe that governments need to create peace or activists need to fight for it. But in the end, the peace starts, if you look at human behavior, peace starts at the level of the nervous system. So the same patterns that are creating conflict within a human, which is around scarcity, fear, competition, are the same patterns that on a bigger level create conflict between groups and nations, which are literally creating the wars that we see in the world today. So once a person changes these internal patterns and starts to live and lead from peace, they are rippling this peace outwards. They become more compassionate, more collaborative. So it goes into all of their clients, their communities that they're working with. And there's research behind it. There is research on societal tipping points. One of them is very exciting, which is 25%. When 25% of a population act in a new way consistently, that spreads to the entire population. And this has also happened in history before. There's many cases where you've seen this in different nations. So the question isn't anymore, is world peace possible? But the question is really like, how can we get to these 25% faster? And this is where entrepreneurs come in, because they act in such extended networks. So if just an entrepreneur, if just a few entrepreneurs are leading from peace inside of them, this creates a huge ripple effect. So entrepreneurs reprogramming their subconscious for peace are becoming the accelerator to these 25%, to this tipping point where world peace in our lifetime becomes possible.
Wow. So this is a very important mission.
Yes, this
Very
is the why I do this work. I mean, of course, I healed myself, and like if you look at like all of the external business outcomes, is amazing. Like we start to grow our business more, we are more healthy, but it goes so much bigger. Like it's possible that we create peace in our lifetimes, and well, why not try?
Why not try? Absolutely. Now, for the people who are watching and wondering, well, could this work for me in 30 days? Could this work for me in 60 days? What would you tell them? How fast could this change their business that they could start seeing tangible results?
Well, you can see tangible results already after the first time that you're programming your subconscious, because what makes this method very unique is that every time you change the belief, we actually test for it. Your body gives a very specific sign if a belief is active or if it's not active. So every time you run a 14-minute reprogramming sequence, you go in and you test immediately if that belief has gone out. So there is no guessing or anything like this. No, you know that this shift has happened. And already from that shift, imagine you would reprogram, I'm not good enough. And now you feel good enough. How that changes your business. Because before, as you're being, I'm not good enough, you might not know how to raise your prices. You might not feel deserving of people paying you in full or showing up fully. But once you feel in your entire identity that you're good enough, you can raise your prices easily. You can show up with so much more confidence and authenticity. You're going to grow your business so much faster.
Okay. So let's use the example of an entrepreneur who's struggling with content creation. We see lots of this, the procrastination around it. They're not posting enough. What does this system do to help that entrepreneur? Could you walk us through what it could do for them?
Yes. So if it comes to any type of content creation showing up on social media, it usually has to do with beliefs around visibility. Visibility not being safe, being afraid to be judged, being afraid to be laughed at. And as long as someone is holding these beliefs, their nervous system, their body will always tense up once they're starting to show up. So we might freeze, we might procrastinate, we might just say, well, there's something more important to do. Let's not do content today.
Yeah.
But once we change that belief and we say, okay, now visibility is safe and I will be accepted and I will be loved when I'm visible in the way that I want to be visible, then we can start to show up more authentically. Our messaging becomes a lot clearer. What we often see is that within just a few weeks, new clients are coming in because we're starting to show up so much more like we truly are without being in this free state.
Okay. Well, now some entrepreneurs have ventured into manifestation. We talked about mindset, but how does subconscious reprogramming differ from manifestation? And do you see the two aligned in any way?
That's a very good question. So manifestation, I think, is a very big term. There's a lot of different techniques under that umbrella. Subconscious reprogramming works very specifically and in a very precise way with the subconscious, which we use for manifesting and creating anything in our life. So it's one tool under this umbrella, but it's not like doing affirmations, for example, because if we do affirmations, we just repeat the sentences and yes, we might manifest, but there is no guarantee, because one of the things that affirmations does, it brings in new beliefs, but it doesn't clear out any beliefs. And what can happen in your subconscious is that you hold opposing beliefs. So you could hold, I'm successful and I'm not good enough. So you might show up but then you freeze afterwards. You might raise your prices and then you might discount them again. And people don't do that because they're confused. It's because they have these opposing belief systems. And if we use affirmations, we bring in the new beliefs, but we're not cleaning out. What we do in subconscious reprogramming, we take out what's no longer serving you and replace it with what you need now to create more money, to be more visible, to increase your health, your energy, and make really sure that this is measurable and as fast as possible.
Wow, I love the science rooted in the method that you're teaching and the fact that it is indeed measurable. Now, for people who are listening now and wondering, well, do I have a subconscious issue or not? What would be some of the things that would be signs to let them know that there is not really a business problem, but there is more of a subconscious block in some way?
Yes. You can always check for if there's any kind of repeating pattern. So if you're, for example, you are in this income roller coaster, you have a repeating pattern. Your income goes up and it goes down, and it goes up and it goes down. Or you have any kind of health issue that no matter what you do, it comes back. It repeats again and again. Or if you want to show up and be visible, you might be very excited and motivated, but then you start procrastinating and you do that again and again and again. Every pattern, there is a belief structure underneath where we can, once we reprogram these beliefs, these repeating patterns are gone. We're not stuck in these old ways anymore. We can finally show up in the way that we want to show up.
And when they do that, they're starting to see results as fast as the 14 minutes.
Exactly. Like as fast as the 14 minutes, because that's how long it takes to reprogram a belief.
Wow.
And then, of course, this different or this new belief changes how you think, how you feel, how you act. So literally you could reprogram a belief around visibility and then go online and you feel immediately different. You feel more confident, you feel more magnetic and show up in a completely different way.
Okay. Well, tell us a bit more about the Subconscious Mastery program. What are they going to receive? What are some of the outcomes? Tell us a bit more about it for anyone that's wondering now what this involves.
Yes. So it's a membership where you get all of the important pieces that you need to be a master of your subconscious. So you get the subconscious scan where you create the awareness of what are the beliefs that are actually driving your patterns. Then you get all of the reprogramming sequences that you need to, in 40 minutes, reprogram any type of belief that's happening in your system. And of course, you also get the live support. So we have a lot of reprogramming sessions that we do in groups. We have hot seat reprogramming so that you're never stuck at no matter level that you're at and that you can move forward in the fastest possible way.
And what's the structure of the program? Is it a membership? Are they getting one-to-one? How is this?
Yes, it's a membership. So you get all of the sequences and tools on demand. Like once you signed up, you have everything available to you. And then in addition to that, you have the group reprogramming sessions. You have the hot seat reprogramming. You can share in the feed as well if you have any questions, so that then you get support in the moment.
Wonderful. Now, for anyone that's listening and you want to find out more about this, you can check out the QR code that we are going to be sharing with you. And here you'll find out more information about this membership, what it includes, what the prices are. And one of the things that I found so interesting about the work that Christine does is that the membership, is very affordable. It becomes something that everyone can invest in. And so it's definitely not something that you want to take time on. Now, Christine, any parting words for those who are excited about the possibility of having shifts in as little as 14 minutes? What would you tell these people?
Yes. So this membership is really for anyone who knows that they're capable of more, but there's some internal blocks that are holding you back, whether this is fear, self-doubt, money blocks, burnout, or any kind of repeating patterns. This is where you come into the membership and in as little as 90 days, sometimes it's even less, you'll identify and reprogram these root blocks that have been limiting your income, your visibility, your clarity, your health, and even your leadership capabilities. And afterwards, you walk away with the ability to change these patterns for the rest of your life. So if that's something that you want, scan the QR code or follow the link provided. And come inside the space, because this is where measurable inner shifts then create the quantum business growth.
This is fantastic. And there's nothing better than being a part of a community of like-minded people who are all trying to get to the same place. Because if there's one thing for sure, it's that community allows for shifts to happen even faster. Well, check out the QR code. And Christine, thank you so much for being on with us today.
Thank you as well.
Our next guest is here and has one of the most interesting backgrounds. Now, she has been in a male-dominated industry, and she's risen, she's broken barriers, she's done all the things. She's happened to walk through divorce and identity loss, and then had her own reinvention and rebirth. And then she built her own business that started making more money than ever. And she created all of this from a place of safety, from a place of peace and joy. And she started designing this life that she truly loved, and decided that she was going to take the same steps that she'd use and created a method for other women to create their life by design for whatever it is that they're looking to achieve. So now she teaches manifestation and identity, and how using these two tools can allow women to achieve the most money they've ever made before, have the most booming business. She's taught them how they can call in the relationship of their dreams, change their self-image, their bodies, and so much more. Well, welcome. I'm so excited to have you with us, Tamara. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, tell us a little bit about you and your background.
So my background is in finance. So I have been in the male-dominated industry for, almost 25 years now. So it's a long time. And through my whole process of, meeting with women and helping them rebuild their lives from a financial standpoint after different situations like divorce or, becoming widowed or widowers, there's this whole process that we go through to reclaim our identity.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a transformational process, and it takes us all through a different phase of life, but we have to switch our mindset to be able to step into our new identity, into our new lives, and create it and design it.
Well, I find that most of the time that women start businesses helping other women, especially, it's from lived experience.
Yes.
So tell me about your life and what prompted you to start using these methods yourself. What was it that you were going through?
So there's been many moments in my life, just like with most women, that we go through different areas, that are of discontent. We'll say that. But there was one in specific situation, and that's when I was married for a very long time. I had gone through a divorce. I was married for over 20 years. And from the outside looking in, my entire life looked stable. It looked picture perfect. Mm-hmm. But if you took the picture off the wall or out of the frame, behind that picture was chaos. And so my life felt uncertain. I didn't know, exactly if I had the steadiness under me to go forward. But what I wanted was peace. And I want to be able to trust myself again. And I wanted to create a life and manifest a life that I truly desired. What I realized during that time was I was just surviving. I wasn't thriving, and I wanted to feel alive, and I wanted to step into my power. And so when I chose peace, when I chose myself, and I chose the woman I wanted to become, then everything switched over for me.
Well, walk us through it. So how did you use manifestation and identity to make more money, to have a home that you absolutely loved, and you kept your home in the divorce, right? How did you, have the best body ever, and just how did all this happen?
So I really put in different modalities. So I use different types of therapies, from neurolinguistic programming, cognitive behavior therapy. You hear, oh, you can just manifest by saying, I want this, or toss it out there. And you really have to do the work. So you have to have the discipline, you have to have the consistency. And at the end of the day, we all want stability. We all want to be able to trust ourselves, trust our power. And we can't do that if we don't know who we are. And so having the discipline allowed me to be able to step into the identity of knowing who I am, being able to have peace, being able to know that I didn't have fear around losing everything, because I had come out of this long marriage, and now I'm starting over in a way. Even though I had things that were stable, it was still shaky ground. And so I was able to put different standards in place for myself, different boundaries, and that really helped me create my identity. And once I stepped into my new identity, I was able to manifest the life that I wanted.
Well, you're using the word manifest,
Yes.
and a lot of women have had experiences with some type of manifestation. They've done
Yes.
journaling or they've done the visualizations, and they might be listening right now and saying, that did not work. Maybe I'm broken, or
Yes.
maybe the process is broken. What would you say to that?
Women aren't broken. What happens is we get this idea of manifestation or visualization or whatever you want to call it, and you do it for a week or a couple of days, and you're like, oh, it didn't work. Let's throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
But women aren't broken. What happens is it's easier to live the life you've been living year after year. So you wake up and now it's 2026 and nothing changed. So we're not only living years, but sometimes decades in the old identity that no longer serves them. So they're playing small and they haven't stepped into it. So it's not because they lack potential, they're just staying stuck in their old identity. So they need to switch that and they need to put in different modalities to help them get to a new level. So that's why it doesn't stick, because they didn't truly go through the process. So that's why our process takes 3 months.
Well, talk to me about the analogy that you've used before about the thermostat.
Yes.
I love this one. This might bring it home for them.
So with the thermostat setting, think about living on, when you put your car in to drive and you have the autopilot setting, where
Right.
it's just going to drive, you don't have to think about it. A lot of us live life on autopilot. So we have this thermostat within ourselves that always goes back to its natural setting. So if you're existing at 70 degrees, for example, and let's say you're having a banging week, your job's going really well, maybe you have, went on a date with your man or your girl or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You're having the best week. And then you're like, whoa, this feels too good. So your system is naturally going to set yourself back to 70. It's like 80 is too good. We need to go back to our natural setting. We need to go back to autopilot, because autopilot's safe. That's what keeps us with not having to be like, ooh, this is too good, or I don't deserve it. Because that's what happened with the thermostat. When you get too high, you're like, that's when you self-sabotage. That's when you bring in, your mind starts to, all that negative thinking creeps in.
And then you sabotage the manifestations.
Every time.
Every time the manifestations are sabotaged.
Because it's too good.
A lot of people listening can probably relate to that.
Yeah.
So talk to me about your method. You came up with this method, the Moon Method. Tell us about it. What's it like?
So the Moon Method is built on a core truth that you cannot manifest if you don't switch your identity. It's built on identity first. It's rooted in that process. Okay. So it's hard to go through that sometimes, but we help women through this every day. We go through 4 different phases, and it really gets to the root cause of their identity.
Well, let's walk through the phases. So the first phase that we have is the releasing phase. What's happening in the releasing phase?
So the releasing phase is amazing, because this is when we release those old patterns, we release the habits, the emotional loops you go through, and we really think about where they've been and where they want to go. There's no good or bad in this process. It's just we need to let go what no longer serves them in order to step into a new identity. And we use the different modalities. So we do journaling, we do neuro-linguistic programming, cognitive behavior therapies.
Okay.
We have the mantras, but you have to apply them for them to stick and to work. So we're releasing what they thought they might have been up to this point. And identity is based on a lot of different things. It's based upon survival mode. Maybe you went through an accident or you had a loss, family relationships. Like I'm one of 5. I'm the middle child. So that's in my identity. Like I'm the middle child, right? It may be based upon friendships or an old relationship. So your identity is based upon all these external factors.
Right.
So we need to release that in order to move forward.
Okay. So then we move from releasing to reclaiming.
Yes. So we were reclaiming our power and our self-trust. So money is a perfect example. I'm not good with money. I don't know what, at the end of the day, my money is all gone, or I don't know how to save. I'm never going to be able to retire, all this stuff, because they don't look at it. And so we're reclaiming the power to look at it. It's this fear that we get rid of in order to reclaim their power. And it's reclaiming their power in their business, in their families,
Mm-hmm.
and in their love, all of it. Reclaim the power. And that's trust
Yeah.
within yourself.
And then after that, they move into the receiving phase.
Receiving is a beautiful phase.
Mm.
So think about it like this. If you ever get a compliment, we've all heard this with women. Oh, I love your outfit. And there's a thank you, but. So we're getting rid of the but, and we're saying just thank you and taking it in, because
Wow.
once you're able to receive, then you can receive the love. Then you can receive the success because you feel that you're worthy of it. So love, for example, if you feel you're not worthy of it, your man comes home, your lady comes home, and you're like, oh, that spaghetti was cooked wrong, and you start a fight. You're self-sabotaging. You're sabotaging that. So instead of thinking you're not worthy, you receive it.
Receive. So we then move from receiving to rewriting.
Yes. So this is a beautiful moment where we write our story. We anchor in our new identity. So we take everything we've gone through and we rewrite who we want to be going forward. And in only doing that, getting to the root identity and anchoring it in, because you have to anchor it in, that's when we can step into our new areas of manifestation and truly calling in the life that we want.
Okay. So a lot of women are already attempting to do some form of manifestation.
Yes.
And now you're telling us that we're going to fix the identity piece first and then go back to the manifestation or do them in tandem. And so let's talk about the process. The Moon method is 90 days.
Yes.
So that's not a long time, which is great because now we can get results. Let's talk about what tangible results can happen in these 90 days. So let's talk about first body. So a woman that wants to transform her body, what can we do in 90 days?
So they say it takes 21 days to create a habit, right?
Right.
So in 90 days, we can take these women and they can transform their bodies. They're going to be eating healthier,
Right.
based upon their needs, because everybody's got a different diet these days.
Right.
They're going to have a consistent method to, if they want to be fit, they just want to tone up.
Right.
It could just be putting in a habit to walk 15 minutes a day. Simple steps. It's one step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And so they can truly transform their well-being within that time frame.
Okay. And then let's talk relationships.
Yes.
So let's say we've got someone who's in a partnership right now, or we've got someone who's looking for a partnership. In 90 days, what are we getting?
So in 90 days, we've seen relationships transform. So maybe you just got a divorce, you're getting into a new relationship, what have you. You're bringing in the ability to communicate better. You're setting your boundaries, what you're going to tolerate, what you're no longer going to tolerate, what no longer serves you.
Right.
So you're going to be able to see that in your relationships. And we go through relationship patterns with our ladies, and they're able to see it, and they're going to see what they want. You know, it might be like, oh, well, my boyfriend calls me all the time and he wants to be all that. Well, where did you learn that? And why do you think that's bad? Well, this lady, her parents traveled all the time. So her parents would only speak like twice a week. And that's what she was used to. So she got annoyed that her boyfriend wanted to talk to her every day because it wasn't what she was used to. So we just helped her see in a different way that this is how you can step into a new relationship. So it's just eye-opening.
Wow. Now let's talk business. So if someone has a business or they're wanting to start a business, which are a lot of people watching, how does this program help them in 90 days?
Well, you step into your power. You're no longer shrinking, questioning my value, my worth. So we've seen women increase their income. If they're an entrepreneur, they've been able to raise their prices. If they're have a salary position, for example, they know the value they bring to the company. So they're able to get higher bonuses or ask for a raise in a salary. I had one woman most recently, she started her own construction company because she saw the value in herself finally. And she'd had trauma. She'd gone through survival identity, holding on to a loss that she'd had, and she was able to release it and step into her new identity. And so she started a flourishing construction company.
Wow. Well, it sounds like this Moon method is really for every woman, right? It's for
Can be.
Yeah, I mean, it's for women who are going through transition, right? It's for women who are maybe business owners, women who are wanting to establish new relationships or new boundaries. What about the woman, though, that feels like she has it all, right? She doesn't think that she has any money issues, her relationship's on lock, her body is good, but maybe she's got so much that she's doing and she's always running on autopilot. Maybe she has just a little tinge of anxiety. How does this work for her?
See it all the time
Mm-hmm.
because we have so much going on in our lives that we forget who we are. So we put ourselves on the back burner and put everybody else ahead of us, be it our children, I've done it, our husbands or boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Put everybody else ahead of ourselves. So we get back to centering with ourselves. And for the woman who has everything, she still wants more. There's this aching inside of her that there's something that she wants more of. And so we help her tie back into that feeling and help them discover. And we've had women totally transform. Like they wanted to travel, now they're going to travel because they're putting themselves first.
Mm. Mm.
So it's really, they have everything, but they've lost themselves somehow in the process.
And that's something a lot of people can relate to. Absolutely. So if someone joins the Moon Method, what are they getting? What are they receiving?
So it's a 90-day program, and we take them through a lot of processes. So there's week by week broken down. They get every week. They get a call. It's a group call. They get an onboarding call. So we tie into who these women are on an individual basis.
Wow.
Find out what makes them tick, what past experiences that they've encountered. And so we can tailor the program somewhat specifically to them, even though we're in a group program.
Mm-hmm.
We bring in different specialized coaches from the body to the mind. We do the different modalities. So we help them anchor in these new identities during that time frame. They have a journal. So we call it the Go Journal, because it's one thing to make goals, right? Everyone's like, oh, it's 20, whatever year it might be, I'm going to make these new goals.
Right.
But they never do them. So we go and do things with our ladies. So, we work on different aspects every week that help move them forward. And we have building blocks each and every week.
So for anyone that wants to find out more about the Moon Method, you have an opportunity now to scan the QR code that you see there. You'll find out more about the details of the offer, how you can work with Tamara, and there you go. We can't wait to see you inside the Moon Method. Now is always the right time. Now's the time to join and be a part of this beautiful community. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So our next guest is for the entrepreneur ladies in the house. You've got to watch this one. Now, she comes with a very unique background of psychotherapy and high-level corporate sales. What a unique combination. It's Rellie, and we're so excited to have her. So she's used to managing multi-million-dollar contracts with corporate sales, and now she's helping women use psychology and sales techniques to get premium clients, to close offers faster, to be able to make more sales while spending more time with their families and living the lives that they love. And what I love about her is that she has made sales feel very honest, very natural, very easy, and just a part of life and business that allows women to revert back to enjoying the businesses that they began founding all along. And so without further ado, we're going to welcome Rellie to the program.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
We're thrilled to have you. So give us a little bit of background about you.
Yeah, so you said it. It's an interesting combination, right? You don't really find too many therapists that have sales backgrounds. But I did. I've really been in the behavioral health space for well over 20 years, so my entire career. And I started in corporate, managing multi-million-dollar contracts, like you mentioned. And something that I found really fascinating was that contracts and deals, they weren't won through metrics and goals and all of this focus on, pressure tactics. They were actually run through psychology, through understanding the clients and understanding their strengths, their beliefs, and their values. And then you get to therapy. And as a therapist, I know that you can't take a one size fits all approach to mental health. And clients, they want similar results, right? But how they get to those results, whether it's less depression, less stress, all of those things. When they get there, they have to get there on their own. And that's through their strengths and through understanding those decision styles and their beliefs. So I did that, and I combined both of those worlds to really put together a program that helps women entrepreneurs. Because when I got to this space, I found that they were just not really honoring their individuality or their values or their beliefs. They're kind of just blending in with the rest of the social media world. And I noticed that they're working harder and they're relying on funnels and, scripts and templates that don't sound like them. So I put together a system that really helps them just sell the way they naturally communicate. And that's clearly, intelligently, and with authority. They don't have to work as hard.
Absolutely. That sounds fantastic. Well, tell me, what is the current sales advice that you think women are getting? Okay, that's not getting them the results that they want. I mean, women are thinking they're bad at sales. Are women bad at sales?
They're so not bad at sales. We're not bad at sales, not at all. The sales industry teaches women to perform, just sales, in general. It's very performative. And, you've got these templates and these just pressure tactics, things like objection handling. And then you add TikTok challenges and this pressure in social media, and we feel like circus performers, right? So it just takes away the natural rhythm of the way that we communicate, and that makes it difficult. You add AI to the conversation, and then people sound even more like everybody else because they're using scripts and templates and prompts that don't sound like them. So what I have found is that when we remove the pressure to perform, when we remove the pressure of using AI to try and sound like you, women actually rise to the occasion. They lean on their natural rhythm of communication, and they're able to actually sell with more confidence, feel more comfortable, and get more sales. More people will say yes to you if they just connect with you and trust you.
So the women that you're working with, what are you seeing are the problems that they're currently facing? So I'm assuming one is inconsistent sales.
Inconsistent sales is definitely one of them. But one of the main reasons is they're trying to spend everywhere online all at the same time. And when you're everywhere, you're nowhere. Okay, so I've actually dubbed this the octopus effect with my clients. So that means you've got tentacles. Just imagine an octopus and you've got tentacles literally everywhere. And, newsletter and, marketing and all of these things. But again, when you're everywhere, you're nowhere. That steals your time. That steals your energy. So my clients spend 60 minutes a day on pulling the right levers, which are visibility. You have to be seen by the right people because those right people are the ones that are going to say yes to you. Connection. We have to connect with the right people so that they can say yes. Now, one thing that I do is I actually have them create touch points, not just with new leads coming in. A lot of coaches just teach lead generation, and lead generation is wonderful, but we have existing clients. Existing clients, they already trust you. They already love you.
Right.
So they make the best buyers. And then past clients. Past clients also, they trust you. They love you. You've done something for them. And then the final lever is decision momentum. So how those clients are going to get to the yes, and you practice those newfound skills on behavioral patterns and pulling on those emotional levers that get the right buyer to say yes to you faster.
So we've got to clarify for a second. You mentioned 60 minutes.
Yes.
So in 60 minutes a day, a person can increase their revenue by 2, 3, maybe 4 times.
Absolutely. Because you are focusing, it's about precision. It's not about performance. It's about precision. Pulling on those right levers so that you're spending the time on revenue generating tasks versus performance. And again, the TikTok challenges and all of those things. And if you like to do that, that's wonderful. But for a lot of women, again, it takes away just their natural rhythm of communication. They avoid having conversations. And the way we get clients is through conversations, ladies. So we have to have conversations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Talk to me about your DM system. The DM system is a part of your offer, right?
Yes, absolutely. So we encourage, it goes back to creating those touch points. We have to create the right touch points with the right clients. So I have a system that I've done the DM to yes a system so that you don't have to cold outreach. We don't have to spam people. Nobody likes to get cold spam DMs. I know you get them. I get them all the time. Nobody likes that. So the system that I've created actually gets people to DM you through your content, through your message, because once we establish that, then the right people are attracted to you. Then you start those conversations, you create trust. We leverage on those behavioral patterns, on those emotional levers that get people to say yes. It feels natural because ultimately, a bright woman once told me that conversations or sales are just conversations that lead to transactions. So it's really just having a conversation with someone.
Absolutely. Okay, so your framework is called the selling shift.
Yes.
And for the people who are watching that are entrepreneurs that have tried the courses, the programs, they've done all the things, they really care about the tangible results. So somebody joins the selling shift, and in 30 days, what do they get?
So in 30 days, you're going to get that premium sales activation system that we talk about. And it really starts with 6 to 12 premium conversations per month and getting higher retention rates with the people that you currently have and also higher conversions. So again, we use this 1 hour a day, very precision, and we focus on leveraging your strengths so that we could get there.
And from this, what types of results do you think they could see within their income? How much could their income increase?
So I've had women that have gone from a $297 offer. We've reframed her whole offer and she sold it for $2K in a DM without even getting on a sales call because we elevated her premium offer to premium status. And that just means we focus on transformation. A lot of people, premium clients, they do not want all the bells and whistles and a bunch of PDFs that are going to take more room in their computer, right? They just want transformation. How do I get there? And how do I get there faster? So we upped her premium offer. We showed her how to speak of that, what to say, how to say it to the right person. And it just naturally happened. So the most amazing thing is that 2K client actually became a 4K client. So that speaks again to that existing clientele that we have because they already trust you, they already love you, so they're going to buy. We just have to create more opportunities for them to do so.
Wow. So are we saying that someone watching right now might not even have a high ticket offer? They've got a $297 offer. And after working with you, they're going to be able to maybe create a premium offer and be able to sell this without ever taking a sales call.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it goes back to creating those touch points. And that could be on a sales call and that could be on a DM. A lot of people, they utilize DMs, but they're not optimizing the DM system. And that's something that I work with my clients on. We connect with people. It actually helps other entrepreneurs and, speak with their own time, really keeping up with their own time. So it's time efficient for everybody.
Now, what about the entrepreneurs who are moms? I know that you are a mom, I'm a mom. And so moms that are entrepreneurs are sometimes spending so much time working in their business, right? Even though they started this business so they could have more time.
Yes.
How do you help them reclaim their time back with their families, their self-care time back? How do we get there?
So think about this. If you have 1 hour a day, right? Think of everything that you're doing as a mom. I'm a mom of 30. So I know, and I know we've always connected on this. So, you think of all of the things that we do when the octopus tentacles, we have to be everywhere at the same time. And then you add our business to it and all the tentacles that have to go into that business.
Right.
1 hour a day is really all that this requires. And if you're consistent, because we can consistently be inconsistent. Okay.
Sure.
So when we're consistent with the right things, and this is what this is about, precision, we have to be very smart with our time. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help you get there so that you can only spend the 1 hour a day. And that's going to result in major shifts for you. That's why it's called the selling shift.
100%. And what I would say is one of the things that I see on my end is that a lot of entrepreneurs are spending lots of time doing non-revenue generating activities.
Yes.
And then they're complaining that they're burnt out and they're tired and they're anxious that sales aren't closing. But of all the hours in the day, how much time are they spending doing activities that could actually generate revenue?
So many hours. Oh my goodness. So I can speak to this because I've been there, right? And the wonderful thing about this is that I've put this together because I've been there and I've suffered through it. I don't want you to suffer. So you don't have to suffer. I already suffered. And this is why I came up with the 1 hour. The 1 hour works, right? Because so many women are spending so much time. And like you said, they went into this wanting time freedom and they end up being chained to their businesses and they lose the joy of it. You know, once you lose the joy in what you're doing, the purpose in what you're doing, it doesn't become purposeful anymore. It just becomes like another thing on your to-do list. And if you're a mom, you already have enough things going on. You don't need another, you know.
Another thing. Absolutely. Well, one of the things that I really admire about you and your specific business is that you approach this, as we talked about earlier, with this unique background in psychology and having been an executive in sales. So let's now dive into the sales piece. From what you learned, well, first set us up. How long have you been in executive sales? What types of contracts were you working with? And how have those skills set you up to help entrepreneurs now, specifically with sales?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I was in corporate America for, well over 15 years. And I've always been in the behavioral health, population health management. So the contracts that I dealt with were in the healthcare realm. And we had to understand the behavioral patterns of our population. So we already kind of had that rhythm of behavioral patterns and understanding what are the drivers behind a population. So naturally, that translates to our clients. We would understand what their natural rhythm is for saying yes, and what made the best relationships. And the best relationships in corporate America were really based on understanding what those psychological factors were. Things like company culture, right? Things like just their company values, how they operate as a company. You could have two companies on two separate, two clients of ours that were companies on two separate ends of the country, and they would want similar outcomes, but how they would get there would be completely different.
Wow.
So that's what it's so interesting about sales, and that's what is so important for women to understand about sales is that you cannot take a one-size-fits-all approach. There's a skill set that goes behind understanding who your client is, what they need, and how can you link them to what you have, the purpose that you have, the service that you have to that person, and how can you get there fast and in their own, their own.
Well, and talk us through in the selling shift, how does this work? Are people getting one-on-one attention with you so you can help personalize something to them? Is it group?
Absolutely. So I do one-on-one. So the support that they get is one-on-one.
Wow.
I spend a lot of time with my clients. That's the one thing that they love is that you don't have to be in this journey alone. Being an entrepreneur, I will say the number one thing I get is burnout. But the number two that I get from clients is how lonely it is. And, loneliness can also emotionally, it can stunt your growth.
Right.
So one thing with the level of support that I give, they get that level of support so that it's happening real time. They're not felt like they're running their businesses on their own. And I'm there every step of the way, right down to sales conversations. So they're not left going, what do I do?
Wonderful. Now, you talked about how different clients that might want the same outcome, will achieve things differently. You talked about this in the healthcare space. So talk to me about what are people who want to sell high ticket, let's say. If they want to sell high ticket, what do high ticket customers want? And how do we sell to them differently than maybe the low ticket client that they're selling to now? Because they're trying to apply the same tactics and it's not working.
It's not. Okay, so absolutely. Premium clients, high ticket clients, however you call it, at the end of the day, they want a transformation. They do not want, more stuff. They don't want fluff. They don't want features. So the way that we have to speak to them is we have to speak to them from a transformation level. And in order to do that, again, we have to understand, well, what drives you? What drives your the need for transformation is not just about the transformation that they want. Remember, everybody can want a similar result. Everybody wants more time in their lives. Everybody wants more money. Everybody wants more health. We all want very similar outcomes, but how we get there is going to be different. I have to honor who you are. I have to honor your beliefs and your values as a client and what drives you. And if I don't understand that, then how am I going to help you get there? So that's the difference between a premium client, because other clients that aren't premium, they're focused more on specific goals and, give me a template, give me a sheet, give me a course, and I'll get it done. And that's fine. But for premium sales, we have to get to the transformation and how we get them there quick, because nobody wants help 3, 5, 6 months from now. They want it done now.
Absolutely. Now, what about the people who are watching who maybe already have a mastermind? Maybe they're already successful with that. They've got a successful coaching practice and people are in their programs right now. How can they get those people to reactivate or re-sign or be upsold before that contract ends?
You are sitting on gold. If you already have a mastermind, if you already have, even I would say an email list of people that have already worked with you, you can leverage that because it's a connection of someone that already knows you. They already trust you. They already know you can give some sort of transportation. So for you, your job in that moment is to create those opportunities. So we have to be flexible on how we create those opportunities, and we can get creative how to create those opportunities. So I would say don't box yourself in a cookie cutter method, and why this is so important to honor the person and what their needs are, because there's probably more that you could do for them than what you've already done.
Mm. And now, how do they find out what they can do to reactivate these clients when they're in the selling shift? How do you get them there?
So we're going to spend, I'm going to understand your business from the inside out, and I'm going to see what your natural rhythm of communication is now. And based on that, I'm going to find whatever your strength is when it comes to communication style, and we are going to create those touch points with those existing clients. And again, it's about creating those opportunities for them. So they know that they can get more than what they're already getting. So it sounds like a natural conversation. You're not just going to spam, your email list and say, hey, I've got something else going on. No, it has to be, one-on-one, checking in and having it be natural.
Right. And of course, you'll customize this experience for them inside of the selling shift.
Absolutely, which is why I do one-on-one and why I work very, one-on-one with my clients, because everyone is going to be different and the way that we activate those clients is going to differ. So it is customizable. I'm sure by now you can tell I don't do cookie cutter approach. It has to be based on the individual.
This makes a lot of sense. And this is definitely a way that people can get unstuck in their business and get faster momentum, especially with these customized one-on-one approaches.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say on day one, they get unstuck on day one because the goal is clarity. People are searching for clarity. And when we've got so many things and we're distracted by the online world, our attention spans are getting shorter, as a population. And when we are clear, when we are focused, when we tap into our nature and honor who we are, we can get so much done. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Wow. And the last question I'll ask you is this. What about the women who don't love being on social media? They don't want to post another video. They don't want to make another carousel. They don't want to do any of the things. How can you help them?
So I've got really, really good news for you. You do not have to perform on social media. I use an organic approach to social media. And, one magnetic post is what drives people in. Once we tap into that clarity and that message and your decision styles, again, then all of those things are going to drive people to you. You do not have to post 30 stories a day.
Great.
You don't have to, you don't have to post, all these in different platforms, because again, when we're everywhere, we're nowhere.
Absolutely. Well, for anyone that is interested in finding out just a little bit more about the selling shift and they want to go all in with Rellie, or if you know you want to go all in, then the time is now and you should click the QR code. So scan this, click the link, and you'll find out more about this. I mean, Rellie has a fantastic background, a really unique approach. I've seen a lot of things in business, and this one is different. So definitely check out the QR code. And so, Rellie, it's been fantastic to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, our next guest is here and is a major game player in the female entrepreneur game. She is the founder of the Ad Girls, and that should tell you that she is a mega superstar at helping entrepreneurs learn how to run ads, and she also runs ads for them. She has created over $100 million in revenue for female entrepreneurs, which in and of itself is just wow. And she's an expert in creating profitable Instagram ads. And she's the secret strategist behind many of the brands that you know and love in the female entrepreneur space. And so without further ado, Jennifer, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. That was such a good intro. Can you follow me everywhere and just do that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Anytime.
sold.
Anytime. Well, I'm so excited. Tell us a little bit about you so people get some intro. Let's
go. So I own the Ad Girls agency. We are an all-female Facebook and Instagram advertising agency. I've been doing this for about 11 years. I am a true ads nerd. And we just get to create really amazing things for women. Our mission is putting more money in the hands of more women. We happen to use ads to do that, but it's really about that financial empowerment piece.
Oh, now, how did you become the Instagram and Facebook ads girl? How did this happen?
I mean, honestly, the whole purpose of the business that I have today was created based on a not great experience that I had earlier on in my life. I was in a really dangerous and physically abusive relationship in my early 20s. And I was really lucky. I got out and was able to move on with my life.
Wow.
But part of that process for me was getting involved in advocacy work. It was the way that I wanted to heal. And in the process of that, I was really faced with how often women who have been in that same situation were not as lucky as me to be able to get out because of money. That actually financial abuse is present in 99% of domestic violence situations. And we all know the stats about how many women experience that in their lifetime. So money is literally the thing that is sometimes life or death for women. And when that became clear to me, and I had this marketing skill, there was no way that I wasn't going to say, okay, I'm going to be the difference maker here. I'm going to build something that's all about putting more money in the hands of more women so that they're never beholden to anything. Yes, a terrible relationship, but a job they don't like, a city they don't want to live in, anything. We're not doing that, you know?
And how does ads empower them? Instagram ads, Facebook ads.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, when I think about ads, it's about having a system for being in control of your own growth, in control of your own life. There's all types of marketing out there. I'm never going to knock any of them. I mean, they all have their place, but something that ads provides is predictable scalability. Once you have the system, you can turn the dial up or down. And instead of saying, all right, I'm going to post something on Instagram and maybe it will net something, you have more or less a predictable system that says every time I spend X, I make Y. And so if I want more time with my family this month, if I want to travel, if I want to go to Italy, that's where I love to go. Yeah. There's a proven system that will keep my business running for me. And again, that is control and it's also freedom.
Okay. So that brings us to the question, what about the people who are saying that ads don't work?
It's such an interesting conversation, right? Because there are people who are like, high quality leads aren't on Instagram. And I'm like, but aren't you the person hanging out on Instagram? Like, let's really unpack that, right?
Right.
Now, there are certain strategies that make it easier to make sure you're getting in front of the right people. But the reality is the pure numbers tell us that the world is on Facebook and Instagram. Mm-hmm. We can't argue with that fact. And so if we know that that's where the masses are and that's where just, the majority of the world is, and there's a good chance that your target market is there, then it isn't ads working or not working. It's how effective your ad strategy is, specifically your messaging at calling out to the right people. So often when people talk about ads didn't work for me, it's that their messaging and positioning wasn't designed to attract a high caliber client and be able to convert totally cold traffic. And it's also usually because they were looking at ads in a silo. Look, ads is just spending money to get in front of more people. If you get in front of more people and the system behind the ads isn't able to turn those people into clients, buyers, you've got to look at the system and understand all the data that is telling you where you have gaps or drop-off points or opportunity zones, and you have to methodically go and close those gaps. That's what we're doing for all of our clients every day.
Okay. Now, what entrepreneurs are the type that are the clients that you're looking for? What do they do?
Yes. So we work primarily with female coaches and course creators, kind of a wide range in terms of what industries that they're in, but really anybody who is selling information or transformation on the internet. We've got a lot of clients with courses, a lot of low ticket offers these days, and then plenty of high ticket coaching offers as well.
Now walk us through the funnels. So now they could be dialed in on the ads, as you said, but if the other part is not working well, then we've got nothing.
Yes.
So what's the best funnel right now?
I don't know if there's one best funnel, because the truth of the matter is across the 40 to 45 clients we're working with right now, anything I answer right now, I could find proof of the opposite. However, what I will say is that I'm super into, they call them SLO funnels right now, self-liquidating offers or low ticket funnels, for a variety of reasons. But really what that allows you to do is, instead of running ads to build your list with people who haven't paid you anything, right? You're building a list and then you end up with a lot of leads and you're like, no one's really buying for me. Your strategy from the beginning with this type of funnel is that you are going and looking for buyers from day one. So it actually helps Meta do a better job of finding the right people. So it's the difference between the algorithm working with you versus against you, which is a game changer in and of itself, right? Mm-hmm. But then also you're able to self-liquidate your ad spend. You're able to immediately have a financial transaction that occurs. And if you structure that funnel properly with the right bumps and upsells and one-time offers, you actually can have profitability in that initial transaction all by itself. And then it's just like the cherry on top if you have something bigger or higher ticket to sell them into down the line, but you don't need that for profitability.
Now, for the people who are watching now and thinking, well, this sounds great, but I don't have the perfect copy, I don't have the funnel in order, how can your agency help them?
We do everything. And I've been told by so many business coaches over the years, if you guys are going to do everything, you have to charge more. And I'm like, look, I don't want to. I don't want to have a half service where I'm only running ads and I'm not able to actually help people with the things that I know they need in order to make ads work. So we do everything fully done for you. It's all of the copy. It's all of the creative. It's all of the funnel copy. It's even down to the offers. I mean, just going back to the low ticket offer funnel we were just talking about, a lot of people come in and they've got, the big $1,000, $2,000 course, which I find is a little bit harder to sell these days. There's exceptions to every rule, but I do find that those are the most challenging. And we're saying, okay, let's actually go take a look at the content that you already have and let's rethink about how we can reshape these offers. And instead of the one big $1,000 course, we're going to break it out into smaller little digestible. Here's the 47. This is the 97. So we're thinking through every single component that is necessary in order to be able to use ads as that predictable, scalable system that everybody wants.
Okay. So give me the tea, because you're the expert. When does a business know that they're ready for ads? What are the signs?
Yeah, this is such an interesting conversation because I think that there's a lot of noise in the space saying that you need to have your systems and your organic perfectly dialed in before you're ready for ads. Now, I understand where that conversation comes from. It's not that I'm like, well, it's just terrible, but let's really break down what's going on there because your organic audience is always going to behave differently than your cold traffic ads audience. So what ends up happening, what I see in practicality is that businesses wait. They're like, I have to wait until I'm at this perfect moment where everything is so dialed in that ads will be a sure thing. That moment doesn't exist. And so what ends up happening is that I find that these business owners end up delaying their own growth because they're waiting for this perfect moment. And the truth of the matter is, no matter how perfect your organic is, when you step into ads for the first time, you're still going to have to go through the process we take all of our clients through of figuring out how to get cold traffic to specifically convert for your business. So if that's the starting point all of the time, no matter what, why wait?
Okay. That's interesting. That'll make a lot of people think for a moment about, well, maybe ads are for me now.
Yes. And look, obviously it is the difference between before you're doing ads, you're doing a lot of testing and figuring out what works, usually with your time as the main currency. Again, nothing wrong with that. Everybody's going to have a phase of business in which that is the currency that they have available to get things working. But at any point in time, you can decide the currency I'd rather play with is money. It is going to not necessarily be, okay, turn on ads, I'm a millionaire by tomorrow, right. But it's just you're playing with a different currency, which is the right fit for you. And I just don't necessarily believe that there's such a thing as being too early, as long as you have clarity on the transformation that you provide. If you know and can confidently speak about, this is my offer, this is the result that it creates, this is my unique methodology, then we can build the ad systems around it.
Okay. Now, I was listening to a podcast earlier and they were saying that, well, the algorithms are changing on Instagram and Facebook. So maybe you want to hold off on ads, and you just spoke to not holding off on ads. Yeah. Tell me about how the algorithm affects the ads.
The algorithm is always changing. So I've been doing this. We're a little bit past my 11-year anniversary, actually, of being an entrepreneur. Thank you so much. And running this business on my own. And so I have been through 50,000 iterations of, this is the end. Mm-hmm. This is the end of meta ads. Its businesses are never going to be able to recover from this. It happens every 6 months. It happened with the iOS 14 updates that happened to be released on my birthday in 2021, which was not a fun birthday present at all. But we navigated. And look, yes, there are changes. Every day you wake up and the meta algorithm is different. The back end of the platform looks different. You're like, where is this feature? Or when did this feature appear?
Right.
Those things are true. It's not that they're not, but we don't operate as though we are beholden to meta, because if you think about it, what I've been talking about is that the things that make ads work are the right offer, the right positioning, the right price points, the right messaging. And advertising has worked since the literal dawn of time.
Right.
And so if the whole world is on meta and we've got those foundational pieces into play, yes, there may be an algorithm change and it's a little bumpy for a second as we recalibrate, but I don't like to give too much energy to that,
Well, and as a business owner, we can control the things that we can control.
Exactly.
And we can't control the things that we can't control.
Exactly. Right. And so it's like, again, am I going to sit and be beholden to like, oh no, Mark Zuckerberg like did this thing? Or am I going to say, cool, what is like in front of me? What do I know to be true about my marketing, my messaging, my funnel? And how do I navigate and adjust? With the most recent algorithm update, look, Meta talks about it in a way where it's like designed to confuse you and overwhelm you. And so do a lot of the experts.
Right.
Let's make it plain and simple. The latest algorithm really is demanding more creative variation. That's it. You just need to think through, instead of testing maybe 3 creatives at a time, you might do 15. Okay. So it's just like spending more time on the front end, thinking through different buyers and where they might be in their journey and the different messaging that they may need. But the truth is, I feel like we've kind of been doing that all of the time anyway. So you have to be careful what you listen to. And I think just, some people love to get really swept up in being outraged about, how this thing is going to be harder than it is. And I'm not interested in putting my energy in that direction.
Exactly. Well, let's talk about the success stories that ad girls have had. Like, right, $100 million.
Yes. And maybe even more. To be honest with you, it's like hard to keep track because, every once in a while we have a client who, has like an $11 million launch. And it's like, well, okay, that just went up by quite a bit. I'll tell you one of my favorites right now. We have a client who sells a $297 course. And one of the reasons why I love this case study so much is that people will say, well, that's not enough. You have to have other stuff behind it.
Right.
After the course, you have to do coaching and one-on-one in order to make this profitable. This client doesn't want to do that. She wants to make passive income on her amazing $297 course.
Whoa.
And so at this point, we've been able to scale her. She came in spending, I think, about $10,000 a month on ads. And we were able to get her to a place in which she was getting a 3 times return on ad spend. So essentially spending 10 and making 30, which is great, especially since it's 100% passive. Now, at the end of the day, if you really want ads to be like, a $1 million revenue stream for you, we've got to then turn the dial up, spend more. Some people get really hooked on, I want the sexy 8x return on ad spend, the sexy 10x return on ad spend. That's probably not going to happen with a 297 course. That's not good or bad. It's just the trade-off of lower price point, so slower ROAS, but 100% passive. It takes her nothing to deliver. Right. So it's super scalable and we can simply turn the dial up. So now she's at the point where she's spending about $50,000 a month on ads and making between $130,000 to $150,000 from a $297 course. It's like 16 to 20 courses selling every single day on autopilot. She doesn't do anything. It's very cool.
Wow. And that's the dream, right?
That's exactly the dream. Yes.
Okay. So now you got to give me a sexy story about people who are having launches and they're doing more of a traditional coaching style.
Yes.
One-to-many, one-to-one, whatever. Let's
hear
it.
We had a client earlier this year do a paid live launch. And that's something that I'm really into right now. It's kind of the same conversation about the low ticket self-liquidating offers. It's just often better to bring in buyers from the beginning. So this particular client did a $47 2-day workshop earlier in the year. Okay. And so what we were able to do is every time we spent about $75, somebody paid the 47. So there is a little bit of a loss on the front end. But again, that was never the point. The point was that we'd be able to fill the room of the live launch with buyers, with people who are far enough along in the process of solving the problem that this specific client solved that they were willing to take out their credit card. And so what ended up happening is that with about $9,000 in ad spend, we were able to get, I forget the exact numbers, maybe like 75 or 100 people into the room. And then ultimately from that, the conversion rate of the room into a $5,000 offer was almost 40%. Now you're never going to see that if you're running ads to a free live event, right? With free, and it's not even that free is always bad. We have some clients who still do that, but it's different because you're going to get more volume, but you're going to have a much lower show up rate and usually a lower close rate. So in this case, because we were able to bring the right people in and have such a high close rate, the overall numbers are spending $9,000 on ads, the client had a $215,000 launch. So I can't even
Whoa.
quickly tell you the ROI on that because the numbers are too high. I don't even.
Wow.
It was a lot.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I see it all the time. People who buy, and
Yes.
people who don't.
Yeah. And they love to stay stuck for literally ever.
Right. So this funnel of having the paid live event,
Yes.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. And just in general, not that it always has to be paid, but thinking about making sure that you're not treating your ads as an opening of the floodgate. You don't want any and everybody in your space.
Right.
That's not good for your energy. That's not good for your email list. That's not good for anything. The ads that I run to get clients for the agency is a funnel that is direct to booking a call. So it's different. Nobody's paying for anything up front. However, when people go through that funnel, I'm not collecting their information to have just them be like a lead on my list. I don't care. A little bit of the energy of my ads is like, this is what we do and this is what it costs. Take it or leave it. If it's not right for you right now, then don't book this call. Love you, but like, don't book the call. And so there's a lot of deterrers, if you will, built in to say, hold on, are you sure you're ready for this? Are you ready to make this investment? So that when people do end up getting on my calendar, they are perfectly price qualified. Different funnel, but same thought process of making sure that we are clear about who this is for and who it is not. And making people, I don't know if it's jumping through hoops, but like having them do a little bit of work beyond just name, email, to really make sure you're bringing the right people in.
Okay. Now, what are you predicting as a Facebook or Instagram ad trend in the upcoming year?
I don't like paying attention to Facebook and Instagram ad trends because at the end of the day, look, there are ebbs and flows. Like one of the things that worked really well this year is a style of creative I'm sure everybody's seen, which is like mostly just text. Mm-hmm. White background, black text, black background, white text, right? But again, does that mean that that is the thing you should do all of the time, no matter what, and let go of testing because that's a thing that you heard from an expert? No. So the thing that's going to work always is knowing your messaging, knowing your positioning, doing the right testing, collecting the data, responding to the data. And that's going to always be true forever and ever.
Yep, until the end of time.
Essentially, yes.
The end of time. So for anyone now who's interested potentially in learning more about your work.
Yes.
Tell us who you're calling in. Who do you want to work with? What are some of the qualifiers? Who do you want?
Yeah. I mean, again, we are looking for women specifically who are in the coaching or courses space. We really love working with people who are, again, clear on their transformation and their methodology, but need a little bit of support thinking about how to put it all together. Obviously, so many entrepreneurs, when you're like inside, it's hard to read the description when you're like inside the bottle, right? Exactly. That's like that saying that they say. So we find that we get to come in and say, interesting, like bullet point number 87 on your sales page is actually the thing. This is the cool thing. So somebody who's open to letting us do some of that zhuzhing, if you will, not ever at the expense of the client being the expert and the visionary, because that has to be there all of the time, but being willing to let us say, what if we talked about it like this? What if we brought this thing to the forefront? Because at the end of the day, it's all just a test and we let the data speak for itself. And so those types of humans are really great partners for us.
This is fantastic. Now, where do they go to find out more information?
We are at theadgirls.com. Very easy. You'll see all the information on our agency, the clients that we've worked with. And the next step, if anybody is ever interested in working with us, is you'd book a call with me directly and we'll just have like a super chill, no pressure chat and explore what's possible for you.
Well, this is incredible. This was such a great conversation. I mean, you were talking to the ads queen herself for female entrepreneurs. And so that's quite a treat. Well, I want to thank you for being with us.
This was so fun.
A lot.
Amazing. I love it.
Well, thanks so much. We'll see you later.
All right. See ya.
Well, on today's episode, we have a very interesting guest with a unique background. And if you happen to be a business owner or entrepreneur, you are in for quite a treat. So let me give you the intro. It's quite the intro. So she is a she's a former professional tennis player. And she also worked at the New York Stock Exchange and was one of only 20 women on the floor, which is quite an incredible feat. And so she's built her entire life again and again and reinvented herself, even after having a very profound loss. And then she took these skills and decided to teach others, especially entrepreneurs, how they can navigate changes in their business and reinvent themselves time and time again so that they can have a reinvention in their revenue. So this is quite an interesting guest. Welcome, Carol. We are thrilled to have you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, if you can. Tell us a little bit about kind of your background and what you're doing now. And then we've got plenty of questions to ask.
Well, I've always worked under pressure. You know, I've always had jobs where I'm one of the few females in a male-dominated industry. And so, you know, working under pressure it was either walking out onto the tennis court or walking onto the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, you know, and I really learned a lot in those experiences. And I think I learned something that they never teach entrepreneurs. And that is that you can have all the coaches, the strategies, the money, but if you lose your internal capacity, that everything stalls, nothing flows.
Wow, exactly. And so how did you start putting these two things together, your past experiences and entrepreneurship? Like, how did you learn that the lessons from all of these previous experiences would translate into entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I rebuilt myself step by step. And along the way, I learned a lot of lessons. And now I'm really excited that I have this program that I teach founders to reclaim their capacity, rebuild their momentum, and reignite their revenue.
Oh, I love it. So for anyone that's watching that's wondering, well, what do we mean by, rebuilding their capacity? What does this look like in tangible terms? Like, what does it mean?
Well, when your energy dips, your launches dip, when your clarity drops, your business kind of like it just doesn't go anywhere. And if you're carrying around all of this like emotional overload, then you can't make any decisions. And money doesn't really know hustle. It knows frequency. So it does respond to revenue responds to the founder. So that's why it's important to get, your flow back.
Oh, I love this. Okay, so let's talk. If we've got an entrepreneur who is doing webinars and launches, or we've got an entrepreneur who is trying to land premium clients and the revenue is like up and down, tell us what you're attributing this to. Like, what's the secret sauce for them unlocking this?
So it's a 60-day, it's called the Revenue Reinvention Program. And there's 3 parts to it. The first is we do the internal part, and where we reclaim your clarity and and work on your new identity.
Right.
And then we go into the business momentum and the speed of like your decision making.
Okay.
Because that's really important, because that's slowed down. And then we turn that all into revenue. So you're going to have better launches, you're going to increase your sales, and your business is going to like be reignited again.
Okay, so talk to us about who this program is for, who this framework works for. So let's say there are 3 different types of entrepreneurs that you work with. Talk to us about this. So if we've got a plateaued founder, they can't get an increase in revenue no matter how many coaches or courses they're taking. Will this work for them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And what about women who are in transition, or entrepreneurs in general that are in transition? How does this work for them? Maybe they're jumping into a new business model. How would this kind of help them start unlocking revenue in a new business?
Well, all of those identities, they they really want the same thing. They're all reinventing themselves. One might be reinventing themselves like through their business. One might need a new identity, and someone might be reinventing like their entire life. And ultimately, they all want the same thing. They want more money, more clarity, more power, and they want their business to be reignited, and they want it fast. They don't want to wait around because money is time. I mean, time is money.
Yeah.
And so if their business has been stalling for several months, they want to change, and they want it to happen fast. And that's what I do. Like a lot of them can't figure out, like they think it's their strategy. That's the problem. But that's my special gift, is that I can look and see what the issue is, what the internal issue is, and then things can change really fast.
Wow. And so I think that's one of the things that makes the revenue reinvention so interesting. Like lots of entrepreneurs are on these 6-month courses and they've got this 1-year mentorship, and meanwhile, no money's being made.
Right.
And for entrepreneurs, that's one of the, cruxes of what we do when money has to be made. And so when they join you, tell me what can happen in 30 days. So they join Revenue Reinvention in 30 days. What sort of tangible results can we see in their business? Are we unlocking money, or do we have more clarity? You tell me, what do we get?
Yeah, a lot of things. First of all, they get their spark back. So they're really excited. They show up with passion again for their business. And that translates to they're, increasing their prices, and they're increasing them with confidence.
Ooh.
And their launches are really converting now. Like people don't only sign up, but they actually show up, and then they sign up for their programs, and they pay in full. They're not asking for like a 12-month payment program or something like that. Yeah.
Wow. And that's in 30 days.
Yes.
So then let's fast forward and we say in 60 days, at the end of their time with you, what are we getting? What are we seeing happening in a 60-day time frame? Are these things now stabilized? Because usually, entrepreneurs are in this up and down, feast and famine. So now that happened in the first 30 days. What are we getting in 60 days?
Well, it's just going to continue to grow even more. And because with the more confidence you have, and the more clarity, the more momentum, and your business being reignited, it's just going to build upon. Each month it's just going to get stronger and stronger. And things can happen really fast, because a lot of times when you have an internal issue, you go to a therapist, or you sign up for more seminars, or you start reading more self-help books, and that can take time. You can be with a therapist for like 6 months to a year, and all of that's good. I'm not, I don't have any issues against that. But if you're an entrepreneur, you want your revenue now, and you don't want to wait 6 months, because you've got all the bills coming in. You have a lot of expenses to pay, so you want a shift to happen quickly, and that's what we do.
And that leads me to my next question. A lot of people here are thinking, well, is the Revenue Reinvention going to be another course? Is it going to be about having another funnel? And what is it that's unique about how you're implementing things inside Revenue Reinvention that allows things to happen quickly? Is this customized to each person? Talk to me about this.
Yeah. Well, we all know that, entrepreneurs are very smart. So you don't need another course, another funnel, or another coach or mastermind. So how this is different is we really work on the internal, your internal capacity and your clarity first. That's the first pillar that we work on. And then we work on momentum and your speed decision, which that's really stalled. So that's important. And then we turn that all into revenue. And that, means with those 3 pillars, your launches are going better. You're charging more, you're making more money. People are showing up for your programs. They're saying yes faster.
Nice.
It all builds upon itself.
Oh, I love this, because most entrepreneurs, anybody watching that's an entrepreneur, has probably spent many thousands of dollars on programs and strategies. And oftentimes they already know these things.
Yeah.
And the programs are talking about the same things, and yet nothing is happening to their revenue. It's not increasing in any way. And then that leads us to exactly what you're talking about. It's this identity and the internal shift
Right.
that gets them to the next level. Okay, absolutely. So let's see here. Talk to me about the type of customization that happens when people work with you. So let's say we've got someone coming in and they've been charging lower ticket prices and they want to move into premium. Are you going to customize a strategy for them, or are these people going to be in a group program? Tell me more about that.
Yeah, I work one-on-one, and it is customized. It's not cookie cutter. And so you have to, like I said, you have to really work on the internal capacity. And then once we figure that out, we can work on the business, part of it.
Absolutely. Now, who does this work for? Which type of entrepreneurs? Are we doing service-based, product-based? Who do you see the fastest shifts with?
Service-based, if you're a coach, if you have any type
Agency,
of business, agencies, who's ever feels like their business is stalled, they're stuck, like they're not showing up with confidence, they feel like something's off. And that's the thing that most entrepreneurs don't realize what the problem is.
Right.
They think it's like either their strategy, or they think, they need another coach, or they need to join another mastermind. And that's where, like I said, where my gift comes in, because once we get to the root of it all, then we can go
build
back
momentum. So talk to me about this momentum piece, because again, a lot of entrepreneurs, they're needing to make money like yesterday. They've got bills coming in, and now they're thinking, okay, now we're talking about the reinvention method, revenue reinvention. So how fast can someone really go from not even making $10,000 months to maybe having their first $50,000 month? Is this something that you see as sequential, or are they able to leap once they use your methods? How fast?
Things can happen really fast. We take care of things and we get things done. There are shifts that can, an entrepreneur can turn things around in days, not like weeks or months. And it's really exciting, because once they really get excited to show up for their business with confidence, things shift, and their whole audience knows it. It's like people can sense their different energy, and they start, saying yes faster, and so it doesn't take months, like we said before.
Now, how does this work with the procrastinating entrepreneur? We all know the procrastinating entrepreneur. And at some point, maybe we've all been that person. The one that can't make the decisions about the content, the one that, is unsure whether they should buy this or that or hire the VA. How do your methods work with them, and how does them releasing procrastination lead to increased revenue?
Well, that's the whole problem with them, right? Is that they're not making any decisions. So once you help them with the clarity and the confidence, and then, once they have true clarity on what their offer is, and then they have the confidence to raise their prices, then they're not going to be procrastinating anymore about putting a program out there or launching. The shift is going to change all of that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this probably also moves fast, because again, entrepreneurs, they're smart. They've got the courses, the funnels, all the stuff already. So things are in place to get moving, and they don't know why it's not moving. But the key is this internal shift.
Yeah, because once, you get your internal shift taken care of, they can just start working with their strategies that are already proven. So they can just take over with that. They don't have to find a new strategy or find a new coach or funnel or course. They'll just take off with what they already have.
And that's what I tell a lot of people. There's no new information. So all the information about businesses, strategies, your content, all of that's already online somewhere. And if that alone was going to work, you would already have, a multi-million-dollar business, but you don't. Not because you don't have that information, but because there's something internal that's not dialed in. And that's the difference between the people that are successful and those that are, having up and down months, they're plateauing, these types of things.
Yeah, and a lot of times that the entrepreneurs don't realize they could have had they could have gone through a divorce, or maybe they had like a relationship breakup with their business.
Right.
Their kids are off to college, and so they have like this emotional, like internal baggage or feud that's going on, and they don't know what it is. They can't figure it out, but they know something's off.
Mm.
And once you fix that, then
There
you
you
can
go.
rebuild your momentum, and your revenue follows that. It
Wow.
all falls into place.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
So your background as
Mhm.
a professional tennis player is pretty profound. So tell me, how does this tie into entrepreneurship? Why does this make you
Mhm.
a great strategist to help these entrepreneurs unlock revenue?
Well, as a tennis player, you have to have extreme confidence and really believe in yourself. And, a lot of people don't believe in you. And so you just have to really have an internal, strength of like the core of believing in yourself and knowing
Right.
that you can do it. And you can rise above any obstacle that comes your way. And that translated to when I worked on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, because they really liked athletes,
Mm.
because, athletes are very competitive.
Right.
They're not really sensitive,
Right.
they're quick, they're decision makers. And so I think both of those really helped me transfer into like an entrepreneur world.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty cool because there's a level of precision
Mm-hmm.
that goes with both
Right.
of those that translates very well to entrepreneurship.
Yeah, you can't hesitate. You have to be a quick thinker,
Absolutely.
make decisions fast,
Yeah. And then in your life, you have experienced profound loss,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so, you mentioned a bit about entrepreneurs who are going through these transitions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you feel an entrepreneur that's going through divorce or children leaving the home or they're moving or they're having a business breakup or a relationship breakup? How does this affect their money?
Oh, tremendously. Their revenue stalls because they're not taking the same action. They're not showing up the same that they were. They're not showing up with confidence. They're probably lowering their prices, because they're feeling insecure about charging that much. It really affects everything. But the problem is that most entrepreneurs, like we said, like they don't know what to do. They just, they keep going from, well, maybe it's a strategy. Maybe I need another program. Maybe I need another funnel. So it's really important that you can't figure it out on your own. I mean, I had to get help too. So it's important to work with the right coach that's been where you've been and now is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I would say for the people who are watching this, we've said in 60 days in your program, everything can turn around.
Mhm.
And so for the people who are in disbelief right now, who are thinking, well, I've been in these courses for 6 months and nothing's turned around. And it's because they're going to be able to take action
Right.
with your course. They're going to get clarity and then they'll be able to move forward. What would you say to anyone who is thinking, okay, this is kind of interesting. Maybe this would work for me. Anybody now who's on the fence and they're thinking, I might want to find out more. What would you tell these entrepreneurs about how fast things can shift, about why they need this versus everything else, and why now's the time?
Well, they haven't probably worked with someone who's experienced what I've experienced and then have, made a revenue comeback. That's one thing. And a lot of times, like I said, you can just continue to take course after course, but you're not going to get the results until you fix the internal problem that's going on.
Exactly.
It's if you're carrying that around with you and you're showing up with this baggage, it's never going to change. You have to resolve that. And then, like I said, money doesn't know hustle, or it knows frequency. So once you're aligned with everything flows.
Wow, that's incredible. So for
Yeah.
anyone that wants to find out a little bit about Carol's program and wants to find a way to connect with her, we will be having a QR code placed here, and then you can check it out to be able to find out more. So, Carol, thank you so much for being with us. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. It's been wonderful. I really enjoyed our conversation today.
Very good. On today's episode, we have two very important guests that are talking about a topic that we don't get to share as much on our show. And today we're talking about love, peace, and harmony. We've got Dr. and Master Sha, who's a global humanitarian, a medical doctor, and a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. He's the author of 31 books, of which 11 are New York Times best-selling books. He's honored at the United Nations with Martin Luther King. He's got a commemorative award for contributions to world peace. And Alexia is here with us. She's a leading teacher, spokesperson, and assistant director of Love, Peace, Harmony. So thank you for joining us today. We're so happy to have you on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Taylor.
Absolutely. And so let's talk for a moment, Master Sha, after decades of serving communities worldwide, what concerns do you have about humanity right now? And most importantly, what gives you a sense of hope?
According to the global statistics and from United Nations, WHO, World Bank, in Mother Earth now, 1 billion people suffer physical illness, arthritis, and back pain, all kind of condition. There are 300 million people suffer depression, 280 million people suffer anxiety. There are 700 million people in severe poverty. There are 820 million people have the lack of nutrition, so suffering so much in all aspects. So now, today, thank you so much for the interview. We are talking about the love, peace, harmony. I have received the song from Divine about 17 years ago.
Wow, that's incredible. I love how you've shifted us from the state of the world, but the fact that there can be love, peace, and harmony. So, Alexia, you had a thriving career in television and film before you stepped into your role with Love, Peace, Harmony. Can you tell us a little bit about what made you shift from telling stories and being on screen or behind the screen to building healing programs such as what this incredible organization does?
Absolutely. Well, in 2016, I went on a trip to India, and after that experience, my heart just completely cracked open. Because when I returned to Toronto, I realized after being there, I was volunteering in schools and I was connecting with so many people, and I was seeing the polarity between this disparity, the poverty Master Sha is talking about, but at the same time, this beautiful culture and music and the chanting. And my heart just exploded. And I was like, I don't want to just spend my life telling stories. At the time I was working in reality television, and I felt like I was lacking substance in what I was doing. And the first time I heard Master Sha singing the Love, Peace, Harmony song, I just cried because I was like, this is what the world needs. And so, I really feel like that trip to India prepared me to have my heart open to receive the message of the song. And then from then on, I was so inspired by Master Sha. I was so inspired by the message of love, peace, and harmony. And I was like, I just want to change everything, and I just want to dedicate my life to just sharing this with the world. And then using those storytelling abilities, similar to what we're doing here, to share the message of love, peace, and harmony.
Well, it's a great time to share what love, peace, harmony is, what its purpose is, and how it's helping the world. Master Sha, could you enlighten those who are unfamiliar with the organization about what it does and how they can be a part of this?
I'm delighted. But before I answer your questions, I want to share with everybody how did I receive this divine song. About 17 years ago, I was in Bay Area, Redwood area, famous area, with 2 teachers. We can working on the park. I said, dear divine, people understand communication with heaven, conversation with God. I said, dear divine, can you give me a song for healing? The moment after request, strong energy come down in my spiritual channel. It showed the rainbow light, go through my whole body. I open the mouth, lula lula li, lula lula la li, lula lula li lula, lula li lula, lula li lula. Not the Chinese, not the English, not the German. It's just soul language. I teach soul language in my spiritual teaching. I teach thousands, 100,000 people worldwide, teach how to speak soul language. I know that the lula lula li is God's soul language. I said, dear divine, what does it mean for that? And he told me the meaning, lula lula li, I love my heart and soul. Lula lula li, I love all humanity. Lula lula li lula, lula li lula, lula li lula. Join the heart and the soul together. Love, peace, harmony, love, peace, harmony. So ask divine what this song can do. Then come to your question. Divine said, millions of people understand the sound healing, the vibration. People love the music. People love the sound. It's a vibration in physics called a field, instant. E equals mc squared, energy field. This is a spiritual light field. So later at the end, I may sing for everybody. Now I sing 2 sentences. I love my heart and soul. I love all humanity. So when we sing, we give the love. We connect with the heaven. Therefore, organizations, I went to the hospital and the poor place, people no food, no house, any senior home. Where I go, we sing love, peace, harmony. This love, this energy, this positive light will affect people for physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, relationship, finance, because everybody understands positive information and energy. This is how this divine soul song can serve the mass. We have millions of people worldwide already sing this. In India, there's one organization. They have 1 million members. The founder found this song, and he made the rules. At the beginning, 5 minutes. At the closing, 5 minutes. Whole organization, millions of people put the CD on. We have a CD. Alexia will tell people, you can share with people. People can have free CD, my singing. They put in a national organization. They told Master Sha, we cannot thank you, Master Sha. We cannot thank you enough for this song and the people energy, loving relationship, much less emotion, very effective in the work. This one song, the field has moved the whole organization for millions of people.
Wow. Wow, that's quite a powerful story. I was going to ask you to tell us about the field that you mentioned with love, peace, harmony, but I think we just felt that. So that's so incredible. Wow. And tell us a little bit about, Alexia, if you can, what is Love, Peace, Harmony doing within the communities around the United States? What are we seeing here?
Oh, yeah. So we work similar to what Master Sha had just shared. I mean, in all different areas of society, and we offer programs that empower people, their mental health, their physical health, their emotional health, using the power of the Love, Peace, Harmony field, which includes the Song of Love, Peace, and Harmony, as well as this powerful calligraphy that Master Sha is going to share more about, both of which activate this frequency and vibration that align us with the message of love, peace, and harmony. And that can bring us into that balance that's needed for our lives. So we have 10 flagship programs right now, all the way from working with children to youth empowerment programs, adults. We have a program that works specifically with frontline workers because we know the stress that they deal with. We have programs that deal with family harmony, and it's all about bringing love, peace, and harmony to 2 billion households. We know that worldwide there are so much dysfunctions at home, and when we heal our home environment, we heal the world. And we bring communities together. So it's about strengthening communities. We go into shelters, schools, hospitals. We work with governments and more. And so we use this message and we use the creative field that Master Sha has created, as well as our specialized programs. And we have volunteers around the world that offer these programs in these communities in need.
Wow. Well, this is a fantastic time for anyone watching to click the QR code that's on the screen. And the QR code is going to take you to learn a little bit more about love, peace, harmony. And you could find out more about these programs there as we continue to speak. Well, I'd love to hear from Master Sha a bit about the calligraphy and how this is a part of Love, Peace, Harmony. If you could share a bit about that and share with us. We see the lovely calligraphy behind you.
Yeah, I'm delighted. There's in Toronto University, there's a Professor Li Qiuyun. United Nations honor her as Chinese top professor in language. Big name, China, Tsinghua, Beida University, like Stanford, Harvard University in the States, top university. She was the regular guest every year before she's 100 years old. After she reached 100 years old, and I met her in one chance, she has, and she shared with the public, we have a documentary, she has incontinence. So people introduced him for me, I'm the acupuncturist, I'm an MD from China. So therefore, I went to her home and I saw her calligraphy, beautiful. I said, wow. I said, Li Lao Shi, the teacher Li, I said, can I learn this? And he didn't answer. She did not answer me. She said, can I get acupuncture? I said, of course. She lies in the bed. I put one needle below her navel. I put one needle in, the electricity feeding downward in one needle. Her incontinence is solved. 102 years old woman. And by the way, people can go to social media. There are 1,000 stories of my service. I always say people's result on my report card. I do not to see just now more and more medical professionals come learn from me. Basically, I do spiritual healing. Now, love, peace, harmony is sound healing. Very popular sound healing. Then I said, I want to learn. And she stood up. She's short. She put her hand here. I cannot forget that moment. She said, Tai Shi is her teacher. Her teacher transitioned already. Her teacher is the last emperor's teacher. In China, emperor's teacher who taught her. She was burning in a palace. She said, Tai Shi, her teacher, is the teacher of the emperor. She said, I have made a vow that I cannot share this secret writing to anybody. But now I'm more than 100 years. Dr. Sha is a doctor, is a healer, and he gave me a treatment. In one needle, I feel my incontinence disappeared. Can I ask permission? And he's doing this. She did a soul communication, spiritual. She did a spiritual communication. Then for 2 or 3 minutes, I will sit down there and try to listen. And I pray, I wish her teacher can approve. So after 2 or 3 minutes, she opened her eyes. Yes, I can teach you. I was so happy. Chinese way, she's more than 100 years old professor. Chinese way, spiritual. I'm the spiritual being. Me bong, I nailed to the floor. I said, I cannot honor you. And she put her hands on my crown chakra. We have the videotape. And she said, I have decided to teach you this sacred art. My teacher approved. I will give my whole life wisdom in a spiritual transmission to me. I'll take a few minutes. Wow, my whole body vibrate. That's why I learned a sacred art. My art is a healing art. Now I can share with the public. Love, peace, harmony. The middle part is a peace. It's like this. China, ancient teaching, calligraphy connect with the source. Everybody know Tao Te Ching. Million people know Tao Te Ching, author of Lao Tzu. Wen Dyer wrote the translation. So many country leaders, successful people study Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu gave the concept. Tao is ultimate creator. It's not a religion. So therefore, it's called Tao calligraphy. When I hold a brush, I connect with the Tao source. Then when I wrote it, Tao source put the invisible light. For example, everybody relax, do like this. You can put a hand like this because we received a great interview. You put a hand like this, face the calligraphy, just like this, relax. Choose one part of the body. Some people knee pain, some people shoulder, some people heart, not a piece. This is a piece. I just trace it 2 times. Chinese call relax is a portal. When you do like this invisible light, spiritual light connect with the source, high level spiritual being from heaven, and to help us. Ping means peace. 平安 is peace, 2 words. We have I love my heart and soul. I love all humanity. Join heart and souls together. Love, peace, and harmony. Love, peace, and harmony. We have in the lovepeaceharmony.org, you just now show the connection. I have this song is freely shared with humanity. Just now Taylor said, basically, for example, people are pain, inflammation, tumor, even very serious conditions. We have thousands of heart-touching stories. How does it work? So simple. See the studio, the light, you switch off, dark already. Morning, rising sun, light up the dark night. So this is spiritual light. People have not realized what I love my heart and soul. I love all humanity. When you chant with me, the spiritual light wash out the blockages. There's not a metaphysical body, emotional body, mental body, spiritual body, relationship, finances. We have some dark, gray, blocked area. Washed out. That's the way how it works. That's the way how it works.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. I was going to say again, how can we share more? And I think everybody's feeling this all over the place now. This is fantastic. So, Alexia, can you share with us a story of where Love, Peace, Harmony has really impacted a community or group of people from the donations and money it receives? Obviously, it's a nonprofit. So let us learn a little bit about what this looks like and what the impact in the communities is.
Absolutely. Well, first, we have thousands of stories of different communities all around the world. And really, we're focused in the United States at this moment. And one of the stories I'd like to share with you today is from an after-school care program in Atlanta, Georgia. And this year marks our 10th-year anniversary working with them. And they've been integrating the Love, Peace, Harmony practices, the calligraphy, the song, and also the philosophy and values of love, peace, and harmony into their program. And they have seen extraordinary results, especially with the children, but not only with the children, with all of the workers and with the families of the children. So a lot of the children in these after-school care programs, they come from challenging backgrounds, low-income neighborhoods. There could be trauma and violence, behavioral issues. They have a lot of children that have autism, they're on the spectrum. And so there are serious challenges in the day to day. And by using the Love, Peace, Harmony song, and even by using the calligraphy tracing, they've created different parts of their program where they actually empower the children to self-regulate, to heal their emotions, to heal their behavior, to allow them to feel balanced, to feel calm, to feel harmonious throughout the day. And they have seen such a significant decline in the behavioral outbursts of the children. They've seen more harmony, everybody working together. And it has actually had an impact where even the families are saying, what have you been doing with my kid? Because they are so much more calm at home. They are not having as many temper tantrums. You know, they're relaxed. Like, tell me what is going on. So it has had this ripple impact. And not only that, but we have seen in a lot of these neighborhoods, these generational trauma that's passed on. And what this program is helping to do is actually heal that generational trauma so that actually these children can move forward and flourish. So children that were previously receiving detention and being reprimanded for behavioral outbursts are actually being treated with unconditional love. And they are having an opportunity to transform themselves and to learn. And by using this program, we've seen kids able to graduate, go to high school, actually even go on to university. And some who've graduated the program have actually returned to mentor another generation of children. So we're seeing the sustainable and long-term positive impact of using Love, Peace, and Harmony for the children, for the families, for the workers, and for the whole community.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. And as mother myself, I can tell you that, you know, it really does start with the children. So great work that Love, Peace, Harmony is doing. Now, in order to keep your organization sustained, what are some of the milestones that you're looking to achieve in this coming year in terms of donations? And tell us a little bit about that. And how do the donations, you know, work? Tell us how impactful the different amounts are, if you can.
Absolutely. Well, the donations are critical. We need the support to be able to move forward. Master Sha has an amazing quote. It's one of my favorite quotes of another teaching that he has called the 10 Da, and it's for flourishing. And so what he says is the flourishing is more resources to serve. So the more resources that we have, the more people that we can serve, the more programs that we can share around the world, and the more lives, just like what I shared with you, we can positively impact. So the donations are absolutely vital for the sustainability of Love, Peace, and Harmony. And so we deeply appreciate all of our donors. One of our major and very simple and accessible callings right now for everyone watching is to simply join our monthly membership. So we have created a monthly membership that's $35 a month. And what this does is it actually allows you to become a part of the Love, Peace, Harmony global family. And you have an opportunity to be with Master Sha each and every month, to have amazing updates on what is happening with our programs worldwide, where your funds are going to, the impact that they're creating, and also for yourself to actually receive the power of the Love, Peace, Harmony field, experience practices and meditations, and access our online membership portal. So we always want to be giving back to our donors as well as the amazing communities that we serve. And additionally, the QR code will take you direct to our donate page where we welcome donations of any amount that go directly to our programming. And this is programming that, as I mentioned, impacts every stage of life. So we work in the senior care homes, within hospitals, we work with governments. One other example I would love to share with you is many of us are aware of the fires that happened in Maui in Hawaii a few years back. And so we work very closely with the mayor in Maui, and there are 11,000 1,000 families that actually lost their homes that are being rehomed. And so we are working very diligently on the ground to bring healing from this traumatic event and to also work in a culturally appropriate way with the Hawaiian indigenous community as well as the mayor to actually bring love, peace, and harmony to each and every household in Maui. And this is just one example. We also collaborate in Los Angeles and in other areas around the world where we have smaller scale programs such as the after school care program that I mentioned to you in Atlanta, as well as much larger scale programs, even in harmony with the government, so that we can bring love, peace, and harmony to the 2 billion households worldwide. That is our goal as quickly as possible.
Wow, that's wonderful. Well, can you share with us, Master Sha, any last words for people who felt the field and all that you shared with us, who are wanting to get more involved in love, peace, harmony? Please share any parting thoughts.
Thank you so much. We all have love. We see the sufferings for humanity. My heart, three of us here, we call you to give your little donation to us. I'm so grateful. I want to share with the public. Some people saw my love and heart. We have some people donate huge amount of money every year, but we're asking $35. If you can give us, support us, but some people give us $1 million. It does not matter. Even you give me even you give us $35, we are so happy. We appreciate it. Like that, like a children's hospital in Toronto and a fire in Los Angeles, every major disaster we serve, we call humanity. If every household sing love, peace, harmony, the field can make a huge difference in Mother Earth. So therefore, download the soul song, become the member. Every month I will sing, like Alexia shared, we're going to sing, we're going to update everybody, and offer, I will, as a healer servant, I will offer major healing for the members. Let us join the heart and soul together to move love, peace, harmony, to serve humanity, Mother Earth's special time. Taylor, thank you so much. Alexia, thank you so much. Thank you all the listeners. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us, Master Sha and Alexia. Thank you so much. Well, our next guest has quite an interesting background. She's helping women that are 40 plus navigate their lives and turn their stories into income. She's got a very diverse background, having had her own life rewritten and learning how to monetize it. She's now teaching other women how to do the same. Now, what's interesting is that she's able to hone in on the fact that as women, a lot of us have spent years and years of our lives serving and helping other people. Now, how do we take the lessons that we've learned from our lives and turn them into something that we're able to monetize? Now, I'm so excited to welcome her. Coming to the stage is Donna. Welcome. We're so happy to have you.
I'm so excited to be here, Taylor. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, tell us a little bit about you and what inspired you to start helping women over 40 plus. What were you finding was a common ground with them?
What I was finding from everywhere I would look on radio, TV, I would see these women that were just like, I haven't done anything with my life. I need to do something with my life. And I thought, well, that's a sad situation because everybody has a story and everybody has something to share. And I believe that that is what we're here to do, is to use our lives and our stories to help other people. And I myself, having had a life that I just didn't like my whole life, and being able to turn that around and have a life that I never thought was possible for me has really made a difference in my life. And I want to help other women do the same.
Now, is this about them taking their lessons and, using this as a form of therapy? Is this about monetization? Tell us kind of what your purpose is here.
Well, it's not a therapy, definitely not therapy. It's not a typical writing course or that type of thing. It's definitely not a mindset course. It's more that we just extract what they already know and what they already have lived, and helping them get that into a format that they can share. A small book, mini course, just different things, and then we can monetize it and they can make money from their story and make an impact at the same time.
Now, for the women who are watching this right now thinking, well, I don't have any experience. I don't have what it takes to make a book, a talk, a story. What would you say to them? What are they getting from their lived experiences that allow them to do this?
Everybody has a story, and everybody has a story that deserves to be told. And I believe that I can help pull out the golden pieces of their story and help them mix all those together and to make a really nice, like I said, a book or a course or something like that.
Right. So let's talk about it. The program is called Rewrite and Rise. It's a 60-day program. And so walk me through this. I know that you've shared that from this program, women can learn to write their own books, to come up with their own keynote talks, to get paid for that, to make their own workshops or courses or digital products. And so what are we doing with their story that allows them to do this?
Well, what we do first is we get a story map. And what that is we just map out their story. It's a lot of journaling and just figure that out so you come away with a sense of, oh, I do have a story and I do have things that have happened in my life that I could share with other people. And then this next phase is we kind of structure it. What fits for that particular woman? Is it a book? Is it a keynote talk? And then from there, we just do the final pieces to get it out in the market and monetize it and take it from there.
Well, you've been in the entrepreneur space, for some time, having done different endeavors yourself. What made you realize that this was not just something that you could do personally, but that every woman, especially women over 40, had something that they could monetize?
I think it's because I got tired of hearing that I don't have anything that anybody would want to hear about. And it just made me so sad because like I said earlier, everybody has something and there's people out there waiting to hear it. You just have to help them see that they're just as important. They may not feel it at the time, but by they're finished with Rewrite and Rise, they see it.
Wow. Now, there are a lot of women watching who have probably at this point invested in courses and programs. Maybe they got a digital product thing or they're working with a mentor and nothing happens. There's no monetization happening. And so now they're thinking, okay, here we go, Rewrite and Rise. This is another one of those things that's going to sit in their closet or another course they're not going to attend the Zoom call on. How is this different?
I think it's different because it's not just one thing. It's not just, oh, here's how you do digital products, or here's how you learn how to do public speaking. It's kind of, it takes the whole person, the whole woman, and looks at her life and gets her to a point to where she can really embrace her life and take it in and honor that, and then look at the parts that maybe she doesn't like so much, and kind of, that's where the rewrite comes in, and rewrite those and get some peace. And it's just taking that and then going, oh wow, then I can make some money too. It's just different in that way, that it adds it all together.
Now, how do you take a personal story or your lived experience and turn it into a business? Walk us through it. So you've got this life experience that you have, these lessons that you've learned. Are you turning this into a framework, a method, a system, and then monetizing it? How does it work?
That's exactly what we do. We turn it into a framework. We go through the 90 days. Like I said, the first couple of weeks, we do the formatting, the story map. And then the next week is when we just kind of put it together. How's it going to flow and fit her to what she wants to do, what she's comfortable with. Some women have no idea what they want to do. And so we can explore different avenues. And some know exactly, I want to write a book. So that's where that comes in. And then it comes in on how do we get that message out there? And how are they comfortable in getting it out there? Because not everyone's comfortable with talking in front of people. How are they going to get their message out? And we just help work that out with them too. So it's a series of steps that we go through, and we don't go to the next step until you're ready to.
Okay. So it meets people where they are.
Exactly.
Now, you said something right before we started airing, and you said that women over 40 are sitting on a gold mine. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, by the time we reach that age, don't you think we've gone through a lot?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit past that age, so I can tell you that you really go through a lot. And that's it. We've so much wisdom, so much experience there. It's so fascinating. I love to talk to other people, other women, and hear their stories, because they've just, they've been places I've never even heard of. They've gone through experiences that I've never seen. And I just love that. And to bring that out of them and to get them to see that it's golden for them too. They just take it for granted. They don't give themselves the credit for the lives they've had.
So are you saying that a woman can have nothing and then from scratch start a business in 90 days? Please take us through the process.
Yes, I said that. Yes, you can. So take a woman who thinks she has nothing to share and nobody wants to hear her story, and we extract her story from her and turn it into a product that she can sell. So there's basically the 3 steps.
Okay.
And so at the end, they have a business telling their story, and their story begins to make an impact, leave a legacy, and give her some income.
Now, if someone's never set up a business before and they don't have the portals, and they don't know how to set up the payment systems, and they don't know how to put the book together or the talk, is Rewrite and Rise going to help them with all of this?
We're going to help them with everything, because that's, I think, a lot of the reason that women in that age category and above don't do anything with their lives or their stories, because they feel like they need to have more technical skills. They need to have more, a bigger network, things that they think they have to have that they really don't need to have. And we help them with that.
Okay. Talk to me about visibility. So now that a woman has put together this offering, you've helped her do that, it's ready to go. And then at the end, they might say, well, I'm not good at social media. I don't have a following. How am I going to be able to monetize this? And the imposter syndrome starts to set in. How are you helping them with this?
That's a good question. How do you help them with that? There's different things that we can do with that. There's different things there's other avenues than social media. That's for sure. And there are so many organizations and avenues that are available that it's easy. I don't want to say easy, but it's usually easy to point them in a direction that they'd be more comfortable with. Say if I'm working with a mom, she's going to be involved in mom groups and different groups like that. So that's where she can start talking about what she's doing and what she's sharing. And it just starts out by that, and then it goes on further with word of mouth.
Okay, fantastic. So for anyone that is listening right now and you have sparked an interest and now they're at the edge of their seat, they're thinking, okay, in 90 days, I can start a business from scratch, and they're excited. What would you tell them for anyone that's on the fence?
Tell them right now? I would tell them if there's any kind of stirring, or you're thinking, well, maybe I wonder if I could do that. Listen to that. Listen to it, because you do have a story. You have a story to tell, and you have a story that people are waiting to hear. And I can't encourage you enough to take that step. It's scary, but it's the best step you'll ever take.
So for anyone that's interested in learning more about Rewrite and Rise, you should scan the QR code right over here, and you'll find out more information about this. Well, Donna, it's been fantastic having you on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Taylor.
Well, today we have quite an exciting guest. She has a wonderful story that she's going to be sharing with us, and I've got to give her this introduction. She has a very powerful story of resilience and reinvention, and she's going to talk to women 40 plus, how they can have the same shifts and achieve everything they're looking for in this life. Now, she's going to tell us a little bit about her story, but she's gone from having a divorce, being a single mom, taking care of her ill mother, living off of $50 a week, if you can imagine. And now she's the creator of something called the Soul Fueled Shift that's changing the lives of women all over the world. And it's helping them not only reclaim their energy and their intuition, but also their finances. So welcome, Lisa. We're so happy that you're joining us. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
We're so excited to have you. So take us back. I mean, you've got this incredibly powerful story. I mean, at first you were a single mom. You were going through a divorce. You were taking care of your mom. Set it up for us. Tell us what you were experiencing.
So what happened was, in my marriage and in my life, I'd been programmed to just serve everybody else. I was exhausted. I was burnt out. And I realized this and left my marriage. But at the end of it, I was left with 5 years bad credit, my mum to look after, nowhere to go. I actually had nowhere to move into, but I had to leave from an abusive marriage. And I realized what was going on with me was all my thinking and my way of being and my energetics had created that, all the programming, and I had to uncreate it. And I sat there one day in my room, sitting on the bed with my journal going, I've been hustling towards goals that aren't even mine. I've been looking after everybody else. I have been serving everyone else and not listening to me. And I was exhausted and overwhelmed, but I realized I had to go in. I had to go into me and start listening to me. And that was the beginning of an amazing shift into the life I have now.
Wow. And, you know, I completely understand from that story why women are feeling so deeply understood by your work. And so you're working with women who are 40 plus, so they're midlife. And I want you to tell me, I mean, what do you feel like midlife women are really struggling with right now?
The problem is when you hit 40s and 50s, there's a bit of a, not sure where I want to be right now. And I think a lot of that is to do with, you know, children are growing up and all those things. But also we hit this wall because of programming. We've been serving everybody else. We've been setting goals. We've been hustling. We've been just on top of all these jobs and these to-do lists. But none of them actually make us feel fulfilled or satisfied because we've been programmed into this way of being. We've had programming from little to be of duty to others and to serve others. And we've got this whole thing about mindset and how we just have to be positive with it. but actually inside, women are actually dying. They're overwhelmed, they feel broken, and they're not even listening to their own truth or goals or what they desire. So they hit this wall, but it's not really a wall. It's actually a breakthrough. They feel like it's a crisis, but it's a calling. And what it is, it's a calling back to who you truly are. And that's what happened to me at 45.
Wow. Wow. I mean, that's incredible. And I think so many people who are listening to this probably felt something as you were saying all of that, because they could completely relate to something, if not all of it. And so, are you finding that a lot of women are, you brought up the fact that it's not just about mindset and positive thinking. I mean, we hear this so often. So the work that you're doing in the Soul Fueled Shift, we'll get to, all the details of it. But I think the first question is this work beyond simply having more positive thoughts and a better mindset? I mean, does it go much deeper than this?
It's all about identity recalibration. The problem with mindset is it's at the surface level. It doesn't deal with the unconscious programming and patterning. And women have a lot of this. It's familial, it's cultural, it's ethnicity as well. It affects our programming. So what happens is we go to these self-development courses and you feel really motivated, but it actually hasn't tapped into what's really going on. And your identity is still the same. So you leave that course going, what do I do now? I'm going back to the old patterns. So the Soul Fueled Shift literally takes you back into actually rewiring and recalibrating your whole identity. So you go back to being who you truly are, that intuitive, that grounded, that powerful, phenomenal woman that you were born as.
Wow. And I was planning, that we would get to this in just a minute, but it feels so on point right now. So many women are investing in courses and programs in, other forms of self-help. And what's so beautiful about your method is I think it reminds them that it's kind of all inside of them and that it's the shifting of their identity. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, because what happens when you shift the internal, the external shifts. So your whole external reality reorganizes itself around your internal. Now, this is proven by science, quantum physics. Who you're being is creating your reality. So to literally create the biggest change in your life, you actually have to go in. And a lot of self-development and courses like we just talked about, and I'm sure you've been on many of those, Coach T, a lot of them are all about the mind and not getting into the unconsciousness that is driving you right now, because we wire in these patterns when we're little and we don't know they're there. They're hidden from you. So these women turn up with these hidden patterns. And until you bring awareness to them and recalibrate them through my really potent processes, you're operating like you're driving a car with no headlights on and no glasses on, and you need glasses.
And that's no good. And it's probably for this very reason that we see women continuing to reinvest and more courses and programs and never really getting the results that they want, because the results will probably come from something much deeper, like the shift that you're talking about.
That's right. It's all internal.
Yeah. And so I'm coming from the business world here. And so I've got to kind of bring us outside of the mindset for a minute, outside of the identity shift, and say beyond that, what are you seeing that women are also gaining from the soul fueled shift? Meaning that when they have this inner alignment, how is it affecting their finances?
It's amazing what gets affected. Like for me, I purchased a house with bad credit because I got into alignment with who I truly was. And my mortgage broker was like, how did you do this, Lise? It's because I got into alignment with my true nature and I knew it was possible. And I got a mortgage with bad credit. But you have other women, I've many women that money just seems to fall into their lap. Recently, I had someone who ended up with a new job just because she shifted that I don't deserve it, I'm not good enough frequency, rewired that pattern. She got offered a job which gave an extra role, which wasn't actually that much more time. It wasn't like she had to hustle harder. And she was earning $60,000 more, which meant she paid her mortgage off Yeah, she paid her mortgage off early, and then she purchased a piece of land and is now building a hemp house on that. Now, that all happened within months of working with me. So that's just one of the shifts, but I've got many stories of that, what happens to you financially, because you step into who you truly are, the resources show up, and money is just one of them. It's embodies relationships, your connectedness with other people as well.
Wow. And you, at the beginning, you were taking care of your mother. You'd been through this divorce. You were a single mom. You were at some point living off of $50 a week. Am I right on this?
Yes. My ex was forcing me to pay the rent and mortgage, and I also had rent. And my job was part-time. I was looking after my sick mum. So I had $50 left a week, but money would literally show up. People were dropping money at my door. I had money put in my letterbox. And that was because I'd gone into alignment and I was being that truly soul-fueled being. And even though I only had $50, I managed to still thrive within that circumstance. So you can still thrive even if the bank account doesn't look that way, the way that you want it. You can thrive when you're aligned. The things will show up in the most random, magical ways.
Right. The opportunities come. I can attest to that, in my own life and business and everything. The opportunities show up. I mean, there's this infinite amount of money. There's this infinite amount of opportunities and solutions to everything that we're looking for. And you are exactly spot on. And when we align,
That's right,
then the rest of it aligns. It's there waiting to be in alignment with us. Okay. Well, tell us this. How do women know that your method will work for them? Because a lot of them have done journaling, they've done the affirmations, they've done the manifestation, they've hired the guru, they've done the mantras. But how do they know that, right? How do they know that your system is going to be different?
Well, for a start, I road tested it for a decade, and it all came, my whole system came from asking me. So my system is not about someone else's processes. I'm not a business. I don't need a process to put ads on Facebook. I need a system that takes me internally into what I know is right for me, what's congruent, what's aligned for me, what feels good, what do I desire. So what my system does, the Ask methodology, is you ask yourself, and you create your own inner compass. Well, it's already there. We're activating you to access your inner compass. And when you do that, guess what? Your own map shows up, your own soul map. And when you have your own soul map, there's no need to be looking at what anyone else is doing. There's no need to be hustling or trying to find a new course. You listen to you follow it, and the resources then align with that map. That's how I know it's going to work for you, because you're the only one who knows what's right for you, and you know how to get there.
Wow. Well, one of the reasons that I really wanted to have Lisa on is because she's so in alignment with what she teaches, and she embodies it and she bees it. And I've witnessed this, but you said something that lets me know that you're the real deal. And you said that the tools are really within all of us individually, that we'll have our own roadmap. And so many of the other people out here are telling you that the path forward is their roadmap, that being in their energy and their alignment is going to get you there. And you're empowering us to know that it's all within us. So when someone joins the Soul Fueled Shift, what can we expect? I mean, is this something that's going to take us 6 months to get results? How fast can we get results, and what can we start seeing?
Well, what happens is straight away, I'm working with you once a week in a coaching session, group coaching, plus there's an app. So you've got this support all the time, but straight away what we're doing is going, where are you out of alignment? And straight away, I'm giving you that support and tools to shift back into alignment. And as soon as you start making those micro decisions, they can be the tiniest decision, like, I am going to actually not do that exercise anymore. It's not congruent. So my energy shifts and changes, can be the tiniest thing. And what happens is your outside reality, as we said, starts to match that. So it's within minutes or hours. I've got a story of where I shifted something around failure, and 2 hours later I got offered a gig to house sit in a $20 million house in Sydney, looking after my friends' kids. That happened 2 hours after I shifted out this energy of failure. So it can happen within minutes or hours. And you will be supported by me in those group calls, but also there's a course. So if I'm not available and it's 3 a.m. for you, you pop into this very not onerous you pop into the space where there's little micro things that you can do, like worksheets and journaling, but it's not your typical journaling. You're not asking someone else to sort something. You're listening to you, and you can practice these little micro steps and processes that will take you quickly back into recalibrating, back into being soul-fueled and soul-led, and quickly back into alignment. So those things start showing up within minutes and hours.
Well, for the women who are at the edge of their seat and they're feeling the pull, what would you say to them about joining the Soul Fueled Shift?
Well, you're here for a reason. You're not just saying this because it's luck. It's not random. You're here because your soul is saying to you, I'm ready. It's time for me. I'm done with the serving. I'm done with looking after everyone else. I know all this hustling isn't working. So it's your time and it's now. And you know it's the right thing for you. And Soul Fueled Shift is the container that will get you there safely, permanently, and powerfully. And we've only got another 20, 30 years left. And what do you want it to be? I know what I want. Traveling in the winters, being someone who's got choices that other people think they don't have, and all these possibilities. So I say, go for it. Come and join me.
Wonderful. Now, how do they get in touch with you to find out more about the Soul Fueled Shift? Please tell them.
There's 2 ways. You can find me on Instagram at Soul Fueled Sister, and I'll give you that spelling of fueled because it's the British, Fuelled. So it's Soul Fueled Sister. And then you can find me on Facebook. It's exactly the same. You can put in facebook.com/Soul Fueled Sister, Fuelled for fueled.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. And for anybody who's on the fence, send Lisa a message, because it's going to change everything for you. And this program really meets you where you are to take you wherever you need to be. So thank you for being with us, Lisa.
Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. And I'll see you in Soul Fueled Shift.
Bye. Well, welcome. Today, I'm so excited to talk to our guest, Ashiana. She has quite an incredible background. You've got to hear this. She's had 8 years in financial accounting. She spent 8 years with online business operations, 15 years as a bookkeeper, and her specialty is really helping people scale their businesses in a way that allows them to see where the money is. This is really important stuff. She's overseen portfolios that are $2 million to $10 million. And she's managed all these clients at once. And her claim to fame is that when clients hire her, she ends up increasing their profit margins by 18%. Can you imagine this? Now she's developed a strategy that is teaching entrepreneurs how they can build forward-looking financial systems that will allow them to take more money home in their business without necessarily making more money. And so without further ado, we're welcoming Ashiana on. Hi there. How are you, Ashiana?
Hi, thank you. And how are you?
I'm doing well. Okay, we're going to dive into this stuff. Now, every founder has a story. In 2019, something happened to you in your consulting business. In your consulting business, I believe you hit $250,000 in this business. What happened?
Well, when I finally forced myself to look, I discovered the truth. 60K went to contractors, and I had obviously hired reactively. 50K went to taxes I didn't plan for, and 40K went to personal expenses I couldn't actually afford. The rest scattered across subscriptions, investments, and expenses that I never tracked. I had no cash flow system, no budget, no forecast, I was making decisions based on how I felt, not what the numbers said.
Right.
Bookkeeping records told me what happened, and last month, not what I could afford next month. And what I had realized, sorry.
No, please. And so, yeah, what was your big takeaway from this?
There were three things. Money doesn't manage itself. Revenue means nothing without a system to manage it. Tracking isn't enough. I need a forward-looking system that told me what to do next, not just what already happened. You can't scale without systems. Scaling revenue without financial infrastructure is just expensive chaos. I had been confusing revenue with success. I had been scaling my business without scaling my financial systems. It was like building a house on sand.
Absolutely. And so we're going to dive into that a little bit more. You know, a lot of entrepreneurs are in the game of constantly trying to make more money every month. I mean, do you see this with your clients?
Yes.
And so is it that they need to make more money every month, or is it something else that needs to be done?
It basically works on, at the end, it works on not only your revenue, but it works on maximizing your profit. That is the aim at the end of the day. And most entrepreneurs focus on revenue and not maximum profit.
Right. Oh, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So in your business, you'd hit the $250,000 mark, and then you realize that you didn't really have any money to spend. I mean, that's a lot of money. So this is incredible. So once this happened to you in 2019, it's kind of an interesting moment as we were talking before. This also mirrors a little bit of what you learned in lessons from your father, right? Your father had a small business. Tell us a little bit about that.
There were certain patterns that I had noticed when I was growing up. The first pattern was check to check cycle. Every month, it was the same cycle. Money would come in from a big client payment, and for a few days there was relief. My parents would relax, but within the week, the tension would return. Bills were due, payroll was coming, and the scramble would start again. I watched my dad work 72-hour weeks, bringing in revenue, but never building it. In other words, a cushion wasn't built. It was always feast or famine, always reactive, never proactive.
And I'm assuming, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There were different patterns. There was the avoid and hope strategy, the revenue doesn't equal security reality, the no one talks about it rule, in a nutshell.
Right. These are things that anybody watching right now that has a business can relate to, right? Those high moments when you have clients paying, and then the next day or the next week's feeling like you're back to being poor. And so, here's the interesting piece. When I'm talking with entrepreneurs, a lot of them are saying, well, I've got a bookkeeper. So Ashiana, you tell me, if people have a bookkeeper, how is what you do as a fractional CFO different than them having a bookkeeper?
Bookkeeper records history. It tells you the past. A CFO will tell you the future based on strategic decisions. In a nutshell.
Okay. And so if we're wanting to have a more positive future in our business, have more revenue, then the answer is we need to be having a CFO. Is that what I'm gathering here? So if someone has a bookkeeper, should they also have a CFO?
Yes. So the strategic systems can be built. And once you have strategic systems built, you'll be able to make strategic decisions. It is no more guesswork. There's no more, besides the guesswork, there's no more fear, there's no more uncertainty. It's basically like a ship without a rudder when you just have a bookkeeper only, because you're aware of what has happened in the past. but you can change the future so that you can maximize your profit. And that can only happen if you have strategic systems in place.
Exactly. So talk to me about this. What are the type of entrepreneurs that you work with best? What types of businesses do they have? What's the revenue that they're currently making?
It will work with online entrepreneurs, coaches, consultants, both male and female, and the revenue will be based from $750K to $1 million.
Okay. And so what are you seeing when you're working with these types of entrepreneurs at this revenue point? What are you seeing are the hidden money leaks? Where are they losing money that they have no idea about? Where is that? Where's the money silently disappearing?
Basically, you've got different leaks. You've got operational leaks. You've got financial leaks. Operational leaks will be like a subscription creep, contractor inefficiency, underutilized tools, inefficient ad spend, untracked expenses, overpaying the services. I could go into much more detail, but I'm just giving you a précis version, and each entrepreneur will immediately identify with this.
Right.
And lastly, you have redundant processes. Then you have offer structure leaks, which is low margin offers, bonus stacking, underpriced offers, offers that don't scale, unprofitable payment plans, and cannibalizing offers.
Okay.
Then you have pricing and decision making, the last one. Your pricing and decision. Sorry.
Well, with the pricing, well, let me ask you this: with the operational leaks and the offer structure leaks, your program, your services and systems, it will help them with this. Is that right?
Yes. These leaks are like potholes. If you're on the road, there's a pothole. So what the system does is that fills the tar so that the pothole can be filled. That's basically it. That's how it'll work. And when you have pricing and decision making leaks, an example would be hiring before you can afford it, saying yes without ROI, reactive spending, not tracking offer profitability, no safe to spend number, ignoring CAC, not planning for taxes. That's just basically in a nutshell. I just went over all the potential or all the real-time leaks that entrepreneurs experience.
Exactly. And so with your systems, they can help pinpoint where these leaks are and help them change them. So let's talk about this, for example. So you now plug these leaks, the operational leaks, the offer leaks, you help them with the price and decision-making strategies. And so when you've been doing this with other clients, what type of results have you seen? Tell us a little bit about some of your success stories. What do they look like?
Well, basically, the bottom line is that when you plug in these leaks, you're going to have an increase in profit. There'd be situations where you can have the same workload in comparison to your original situation, but you'll have a higher profit.
Wow.
And so basically, and that can happen, and you don't have to increase your clients either. So you're basically looking at a system that without increasing your clients, you can have the same workload but a higher profit.
Whoa. So if I'm getting this right, you're telling me that you can actually take home more money and you don't have to increase your clients and you don't have to work more hours. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm basically saying. That's what happens when I start to plug all the leaks.
Wow, this is incredible. Incredible. And what are some of the other benefits, I should say, that people are experiencing? So now they've got an increased profit. They're taking home more money. What are some of the other things that they're receiving? from being able to get this financial clarity? How's it showing up in their lives and their families?
You will have non-monetary gains, for example, peace, confidence, better relationships, empowered decision making, life stability, and emotional grounding. That's basically in a nutshell of the non-monetary gains that you will get.
Well, I mean, the truth is, as we've talked about here, most entrepreneurs, as you're telling us right here, they don't really need to make more money. They need to be able to uncover where the money is in their business. It's there. And, they could reduce the workload. They could, have more time to spend with family, and they could be, at more peace here. It's just figuring out where's the money going. So tell us about your system. I like to get down to the tangibles. Now, you've got this system. Can you tell us, what it's called and, the duration, what it basically does? And let's break it down. First, let us know what is your system called and what does it do?
Okay, it's the Financial Growth Lab, and it's over 90 days, and you'll have different phases and different benefits at the end of the 90 days, and at the end of the first week, you'll be able to see the benefits. For example, after the first week, you will have clarity. You'll be able to say to yourself, "Oh my God, this is how it's done. If only I had known sooner." And you'll have a dashboard to work with. And in the Financial Growth Lab, in the Financial Growth Lab, you'll have the different types of dashboards to work with, and you obviously will have increased confidence and clarity after the first week. Then
that's just in the first week. So in the first week, they're able to identify, oh, there is money here. They're starting to see some of the leaks. Am I right on this?
Yes, they are starting to see some of the leaks. Obviously, I'll be able to help them with the identifying the leaks. The dashboard will be able to pick that up very easily once you fill in the relevant figures, and so that they can generate the proper systems. Yes.
So then let's fast forward from that. That's in the first week. In the first 30 days, what are we experiencing? What can people see from being in your program after the first 30 days?
Of the first 30 days, basically, what's going to happen is that, are you talking about the first 30? Sorry, just let me clarify. You're going to talk about the first week and then we're going on to the 30 days. Am I right?
Right. So in the first 30 days of your program, after the first week, the next timeline we'll jump to is after the first 30 days of them implementing your system in the Growth Lab. What type of results are they getting?
Okay. You're going to have, what we were doing at this stage at the end of the first month is that you've been building a forward-looking financial system. That system is not complete, but it's enough for you to make decisions and to see where all the leaks went, and also for how to rectify these leaks. Also be able to look at the CFO dashboard at a glance and determine the business health. But this is not the full business health, because we just at the 30-day mark, not at the 90-day mark. But you'll be able to see the glimpses of what is going to come forward in the 90 days. Also, the proper plan for paying out taxes and investments, expenses, etc.
Right.
And you'll have a cash flow forecast for strategic decisions. But these are mini strategic decisions, because the main system at the end of 90 days will show, and that's when you'll be able to make major strategic decisions.
And what does that look like? Like, what are these major strategic decisions that they can make in the 90 days?
Well, at the end of the 90 days, they'll be able to determine how much of money to put aside for investments, how much of money to put aside for hiring new employees, whether it's feasible or not, how much of money to put aside for ad spending, so that you can get the maximum return on investment. Those are some of the things.
Oh, this is wonderful. So this is, I mean, there's a lot that your system is able to help them accomplish in 90 days. And so when you work with an entrepreneur, as a CFO, what are give me just one of the best success stories that comes to mind for you when you've worked with an entrepreneur? What have they been able to do in their business? How has their money increased? To give us the highlight reel.
They're kind of so unsure, and they're coming very insecure, and they're coming, basically, am I in the right place at the right time? And I think that it's kind of, yes, I need to know, but I'm not sure now whether this is going to work for me or this is not going to work for me. But at the end of the first week, I'm able to see that, look, you know what? They do have results. They are able to work with figures. A lot of them, most of them, I find, are they fear figures, and they regard it as the enemy. And it's not the enemy. It's really, at the end of the first week, I can see the joy on their face and say, you know what? I'm now friends now. I'm starting to become friends now. And it's a different situation, a different ball game, and they begin to open up more and really start to embrace it rather than shun it. Oh, you know what? I'll always leave it for another day, but that day never comes. You've got to act now.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so if the people watching are wanting to be a part of the lab, they want to be a part of the Financial Growth Lab, you are taking them through this 90-day experience. What would you tell them about joining? What would you tell the people who are on the fence about joining? Let us know.
Basically, I would say that 6 months from now, you're going to say, I regretted not joining because I'm still stuck in the same situation. I'm still stuck with the same problems. And it hasn't been solved. And every day it's tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes, and the whole year passes, and then you've got to start all over again, and it just accumulates and accumulates and accumulates. Then you'll end up with penalties from the tax man, and that's something you don't want to endure. And also you'll have penalties in your business because the cracks will start to show. And when the cracks start to show, it's quite difficult to fix it at a late stage. It's nice when you can see it in an early stage, and you can see the problems and you can fix it. At a later stage, it can be fixed, but it's a bigger issue. You rather deal with the issues when they're much smaller.
Well, what I would say is this. As an entrepreneur myself, hiring a fractional CFO within your business can be costly. But you've got a unique opportunity right now to join the Financial Growth Lab. We're putting a QR code on the screen here for you to grab, and you can grab this QR code, scan it, and find out everything you need about joining this incredible program for 90 days. And watch how it changes your business. Watch how it increases the amount of money that you're taking home while reducing your workload, right? Watch the amount of clarity and peace that comes to you from actually being in control of your business. Now, if anything that we said here resonates with you, we encourage you to use the QR code on the screen, join the lab, learn a little bit more about it. And this is at a fraction of the cost of what it would be to have a CFO. I mean, the price is so low. I can't believe she's doing this. But, I know that Ashiana wants to change the world, change the way that entrepreneurs view money, and so that they can start enjoying their businesses again. So, Ashiana, any last words?
Don't waste any more time. Join the lab. You won't regret it. It'll be one of the best decisions you've made.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Well, today we have an incredible guest. Our incredible guest has quite the story. She is the mom of 3 wonderful girls, and she began 10 years ago in the network marketing field, and she discovered quite a bit that she's going to teach us today that can help you, whether you have your own network marketing business or whether you're thinking of starting one. And she really completely goes against everything that people are fearing in network marketing and really makes it easy for them to learn how to succeed. Now, she's built her own global networking business, and she's got clients all over the world, in the US, in Canada, in the Caribbean, in Australia, in Africa, and beyond. So she has really grown this. And she's joining us all the way from Paris, France. Dzatu is here, and she's empowering women about one of the most important things that they can do, which is starting a business so that they can have financial empowerment. Welcome. We're so excited to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and I'm happy to be here too.
Wonderful. Well, we're going to dive right in. You know, a lot of people have these preconceived notions about network marketing. And so take us back to the beginning. When did you start in network marketing, and why did you start network marketing?
You see, Coach T, the industry of network marketing is full of people with big dreams. And I am still one of them. And why not? Because it's a model that lets anyone start a business with low investment and low risk. So 10 years ago, I jumped in, chasing what most parents want: more income, more time, more family time, and more control over the future. And then month goes by with success, and then come bigger frustration in the industry. And we were told to do things that we were not aligned with, but success was there. And then we were happy to be in. And I would like to tell you a story, which is something that brought me to where I am now, with something that I want to introduce to you and to those who are watching. Is that I was standing one day in my kitchen, and my 3 kids were running around, and I had just sent like a message, and I was doing what I was taught, in fact. And this person I sent this message to, I barely knew that person. And I remember this wave of shame that hit me, but I loved what I was selling. I believed in it. But every time that I hit that sent message, I felt smaller, like I was bothering people, like I had become that person, the one everyone avoids at parties. And the worst part, I needed it to work. My family needed the income. And but I didn't want to trade my dignity for it. I didn't want to lose friendship. I didn't want my kids to see me as desperate. And for years, I thought the problem was me, that I wasn't bold enough, that I wasn't pushy enough. But it wasn't me. It was never me. It was the system I had been taught. And once I realized that, everything changed.
Wow. Okay. Wow. What a powerful, powerful story. Because when people think negatively of network marketing, this is exactly what they're talking about. It's this idea that they're going out, they're talking to people, sending DMs, sending emails, asking everyone at their child's school, can they buy this or join? And that's what keeps a lot of people out of network marketing. And so you're telling me, and we're going to get to it, but you're telling me that there is a way that you can be successful in network marketing without doing that. Do I have that right?
Yes, yes, exactly. There is a
Wow.
way to do it. And I would say that I went through few things that brought me to what I want to talk about that can bring success. Is that I would say that I was dreading doing what I was doing, going to social media, knowing that I had to create content to message strangers and keep up this persona that was not me. And then one night, in fact, my kid asked me, "Mommy, why are you always on your computer?" And I didn't had a good answer because I wasn't building something. I was chasing something. And that same night, I checked also my bank account, and it was that tiny amount that I found. And then I broke, and then I cried that night. But it wasn't a poor me cry. It was, in fact, a clarity cry, because I finally saw it. I wasn't failing at my business. I was succeeding at a broken method. The script, the cold messaging, they just post more content advice that I was giving. None of it was designed for someone like me, someone who value relationships, someone who wants to build something lasting, not just recruit people. Then what did I do? I just stopped what I was doing. I was taught to do those things that I was doing, that I found success from that. I won't say it was completely bad, but I started, in fact, studying what actually works in modern business, how real businesses brand themselves and attract customers, how legitimate businesses generate leads, how successful entrepreneurs build system instead of just grinding. And I realized something is that network marketers deserve the same infrastructure real business have, and we deserve funnels, we deserve automation, we deserve to treat, in fact, ourselves like actual CEOs.
Whoa. Whoa. That is big. You know, this is incredible. And so I love it. And so tell us about this system that, you know, you're a part of and have built that allows network marketers or people who are wanting to join network marketing, because I'm sure there are people watching that want to join. They just don't know how they would go about it. What does this system do? How does it work? Tell us.
I will start by telling how I get there. And I will be frank, is that it was not that good. It was messy. It was really messy. And I spent thousands on courses, trials and errors. And eventually I built what I found that real entrepreneurs were doing. And then I found authority. I found identity. And from that, I built something, those tools that they have. And then I built my own funnel, my own AI product, my own automation. And while I made dinner with my kids, my business was having conversation with potential customers. And
Wow.
I wasn't chasing people anymore. They were coming to me. Then what did I do? The shift is value first and sales second. Instead of pitching, I create, in fact, something, a guide that solves a real problem, that's help mom build businesses without sacrificing family time. Then I share that, people download it, and then only then, when they find value, I will make the offer. And the result from that is an increase in sales and income. Then that's the system that I had. Then I started showing what I build, but here is what I learned. Knowing what to do and actually doing it are two different things.
Yes.
The tech is overwhelming. Those moms are already exhausted. They have jobs and they are keeping barely their heads above water, and then telling them just build a funnel. It's like telling someone who is already drowning, swim faster. So I partnered with someone and we thought, what if we just build it for them? That's how the automated CEO system was born. It's not a course, not templates. It's a complete infrastructure installed. And we build your brand, your funnel, your tools, your automation. Then we coach you on how to use it. And you get qualified leads daily without a single call DM. And you are not that girl people are avoiding. You are an authority, someone people wants to learn from.
Okay, so we have to just pause for a second and we have to do a round of applause for the fact that it's not another course. It's not another fun. They are having this done for them. So we're saying that business owners can come to you and all of this is done for them so that their business is doing business while they're with their families. Am I right?
Exactly. You say it right.
Wow, this is incredible. And they're not having to learn the tech and things because it's all being handled.
We do everything for them. We just need to have a vision from them. And from that vision, we go, we work, and then we get back to them like a car. We just give them a car and they just need to drive the car.
Wow. Okay. Now, does this work for a particular type of network marketing business, or does it work across the board?
It's across the board, no limit for everyone who has business.
Oh, so even outside of network marketing, potentially someone could
outside.
Use it.
Yes.
Wow. This is incredible. And so now tell me what it will handle. It will handle their their digital product creation, their content. What else does it do?
It does the AI automation for them, their AI digital products. And we have AI tools that we can create for them if they need to, that they can give or sell to their clients. That's something that we have settled for them.
Okay. This is sounding good. So the question that everyone's going to want to know is, well, how has this worked for other people? Give us some real life examples. I mean, you told me about Bill. Can we tell them about Bill?
Yes, of course, Bill. When I have to talk about those successes, I'm happy to do it. So I will start with Bill, since you mentioned it. Bill, water filtration business, making 2,000 a month, grinding, cold messaging everyone. And then we position him as a health authority, not just a distributor. And within 90 days, 12,000 a month. But what got me was what he said. For the first time, I feel like running a real business. Then the emotional shift is as big as the financial one. Then we have Vicky. Vicky is a mom, candle business, couldn't make consistent sales. And then we position her as a home staging expert. And then few months later, 82 customers per week. And she bought her dream car. But what mattered more is that she said, my husband finally believes in my business. For years, yes. For years, he thought it was just a hobby for her. Now he sees her as an entrepreneur, what she always was. And then I will talk about Will. Will, he tripled his team in 30 days because he finally had a system he could duplicate with integrity with his team. And that's the actual business he wanted. And when you have a system, that works and feel good, your team naturally replicates it. So you are not building a business, you are building a movement, in fact.
Wow. 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 I mean, those stories gave me chills because the immediate thought, I'm sure, for the people who started working with you was initially wanting to make money. And then now there's the ripple effect of their lives changing, of them having more clarity, more confidence, more peace. And then that rippling as well to their families and beyond. And I really loved when you said that Bill said, he was happy to feel as if he had a real business for once.
Exactly.
And that's incredible. Okay. So talk to me here. If somebody is interested in purchasing this system with you, I mean, is it available to them? And, I would love to hear from you in week 1, what types of results do you think that they can get? Meaning in week 1, what can they accomplish? Can they already start writing content that can start producing leads? Well, tell me a little bit.
Let's say that we will start from the beginning. So
Okay.
we will paint a picture. Let's say it's a lady before she was waking up with that pit in the stomach, and she will ask herself, who do I message today? What do I post? And then she will scroll through social media, looking for inspiration and making a very small amount exhausted. So we do the call to find the vision, and then by week 1 till week 4, the funnel goes live. People she never met are downloading her AI digital product, joining her email list, and she didn't build any of it. We did it. She's just learning to drive the car, as I said before. Wow. And for the first time in years, she's not chasing. She's opened her phone and her email, and she has leads, people who come to her. That's the first step. Then by week 3, she started to have 3 to 5 quality leads daily, not from cold messaging. I am saying it again, not from pitching friends, from systems working while she sleeps. That's the starting point. And then by week 12, she takes a screenshot showing her results, which is 3,000 this month. Then another text, my husband asks about my business at dinner, not in that way, when are you giving up? But he is actually proud. That's the moment when shames turn to pride, when hiding becomes showing up, when that MLM guys becomes the man, the woman who's building something real. That's their dignity back.
Wow. And so if someone is now at the edge of their seat here and they want to find out how they can purchase this done for you system with you, we're going to put the QR code on the screen right now. And as we do that, please give us any last words. Why should people do this now as opposed to later? Why do they need to join this in this moment now?
So I'll talk to you, the one watching right now who is tired, who has been at this like 2-3 years and starting to wonder if you are not caught out for it. I will tell you to hear me, and I will say to you that you are not failing. The system is failing you. The shame, the frustration, none of that means that you are not good enough. It means you are giving the wrong tool. And your dream of freedom, flexibility, real income, it's valid. You just need a different path. There's a way to build your business that feels good, where you are not chasing anyone, where you wake up excited because your business is working for you, not draining you. If you are ready to stop chasing and start choosing, to stop feeling like the one people are avoiding and start feeling like the CEO you actually are, this is your moment. The automated CEO system builds everything for you, your brand, your funnel, your AI product and tools, your automation, and we work with you until you succeed. So don't let another year go by feeling the way you do right now. And I would like to say that to you, Coach T, and to all those people. We are not just building businesses. We are rebuilding an entire industry with dignity. And 5 years from now, I want people to hear that network marketing and think of empowered CEOs running real businesses, not desperate people spamming direct messages. That's the movement.
Wow. And there was no greater ending than that. I don't even have a follow-up to it. Please scan the QR code on the screen. You know, I will tell you that I work with lots of entrepreneurs all over the world, but she's really the real deal, very passionate about what she does. Click the QR code or scan the QR code, I should say. Dive in, find out more about this. It's quite affordable, and it's one of those things where it will pay off as soon as you start to use it. So thank you. And it's been fantastic having you on. Thanks so much. Well, I'm really excited. We've got a very special guest that's on today, and we're going to learn a lot about taxes as women and how we're going to be able to legally save a lot of money. Now, before we get into all of the good tricks and tools that she's going to teach us, I've got to introduce her. So she's been a CPA for over 15 plus years. She's bilingual in Spanish and English. So that means she can help all of us. And she's specializing particularly in helping women with service-based businesses because she finds that they can benefit the most from her services. And she's known for simplifying tax strategies, but most importantly, helping female entrepreneurs save $10,000 to $30,000 per year on average with their taxes. So I've got to welcome her on. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being with us. How are you?
Hi, I'm super excited to be here. I'm excited to share all of my knowledge with all of these great women business owners that are out there.
So give us your name, give us your title, let them know who you are, and we're going to jump into the questions.
So absolutely. My name is Yandra Llovett. I'm a CPA based in Texas, but I help businesses and women all over the United States and including the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico also. My strong suit and my passion is watching these great women build successful businesses, but at the same time, helping them keep more money in their pocket.
Ooh, I love it. I love it. Okay, so let's dive in. A lot of women entrepreneurs are overpaying in taxes, you've said. And so many women that are making 6 and 7 figures still pay far more than they should be paying. And so the question is, why is this happening so frequently?
So honestly, this happens far more often than people realize, especially among high earning women entrepreneurs. And it's not because they're doing anything wrong. It's because the tax system was never designed for business owners to navigate it alone. Most women that I work with, they're phenomenal at generating revenue, but no one ever taught them how to build a tax efficient business. They're running multiple income streams. They're scaling quickly. They're juggling home, family, businesses. So taxes become an afterthought instead of strategy. They remember that taxes exist once April 15 comes knocking on the door. So another big reason is that many business owners only see their CPA once a year during tax season, when by that time it's already late to fix anything. By the time they're filing, the year is over and the opportunity to save thousands or tens of thousands of dollars is gone. And here's what the most people don't expect. A lot of CPAs are reactive. They're overwhelmed from January until April to do anything that it's not tax compliance and tax filing. So they're not strategic. They're reacting. They have to comply with the law. So they prepare a tax return, but they're not proactively advising their clients on what they need to do in terms of entity structure, payroll strategy, deductions, all of these good stuff that's out there that with time and good planning can save you thousands of dollars.
So what's the difference? Because a lot of entrepreneurs are going to say, well, I've got a bookkeeper. How is what you do different than that? And how do your services also go along with their bookkeeping services?
So it's different. A bookkeeper, I would say, is essential because without a good, clean set of books, that's the most important part. You're going to miss deductions. You're going to miss expenses. You need a good bookkeeper to be a second set of eyes in your business so that you don't miss anything. Now, when I have a good clean of books coming my way, then I can tell you by looking at financial statement what needs to be done in terms of strategies that can save money. But without that bookkeeping backbone, it's very, very difficult, I would say impossible, to do a good tax saving strategy.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Well, let's talk. We've talked before about some of the top misconceptions that female entrepreneurs have about taxes and money. And so let's start with misconception number one. A lot of people are thinking, well, the more money I make, the more taxes I have to pay. Are they right or are they wrong?
They are wrong. The more money you make, the more strategic you need to be with your money. The tax code, and you have heard this from politicians, big CEOs, Fortune 500 companies, the tax code is written for successful business owners. So the more money you make, you have to be strategic with your money. And when we're talking about tax savings, what we mean is the money that we were going to use to pay taxes is going to be allocated to something else that's going to benefit you as a business owner.
Okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. So let's get into misconception number two, which is, well, I already have someone that's doing my taxes. Does that guarantee that they're getting the tax strategies we're talking about?
Not necessarily, because if it's not a tax advisor, CPA, or tax advisor professional, they're probably missing on deductions, credits, or things that they can do throughout the year to minimize taxes. Just because you have a tax professional in your corner doesn't necessarily mean that your tax strategy is optimized. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's go to misconception number three. People are thinking that tax is complicated. It's too hard to understand. And it's really only for big businesses that are making many multiples of millions. Is that true?
So the truth is the tax code, the jargon is complicated. So that's why you need a tax professional that's well versed in those rules and requirements to advise their clients in simple, plain English what they need to do. I can recite you the Augusta rule. I can recite you bonus depreciation. I can recite you the strategies, but someone that is not versed on that language is not gonna understand. So we need to talk to our clients in simple English terms.
And so why should women entrepreneurs not be intimidated by taxes? Why should they feel empowered by learning about this and getting someone like you in their corner? What will that do for them?
So the first thing will be giving them a peace of mind. Now, let me say, not everybody understand the concepts of taxes. It's impossible. Everybody is their own individual person. Some people are more logical, systematic, or other people are more creative. They just don't understand. But they do understand saving money. Everybody understands saving money. So by working with someone like me, that I like to not only do for my clients, but teach them what is being done. We're doing X, Y, and Z, and this is the reason that we are doing it without reciting the IRS code.
That's the key, right?
That's the key. I will tell them the rules, but I will not explain the strategies, the things that we're doing on our day-to-day basis based on whatever the jargon is used on the Internal Revenue Code.
Okay. Well, most of us that are in business and are passionate about what we do have some sort of lived experience. And we can tell that you're passionate about helping women with their taxes. And so I have to ask you, would you mind sharing your personal story of what made you so passionate about this? What was your own experience with taxes and what did you do to end up here?
This is a great story because the first year on my business that I made multiple six figures, my tax bill was over $50,000. I almost cried. I had no idea how to tell my husband that we owe 50 grand to the IRS. I was adamant to pay that much money. I told my husband, if I have known, I would have bought a new car, do investment, buy a property, do other things, because in my mind, paying $50,000 to the government was such a waste of money, where we can just reroute that money to work for us. So that's how I started. And then once I had that experience, I went through my clients and conversations with my clients, and I saw a pattern of, I saw myself in my clients, the same frustrations, the same fears, the same embarrassment. I had a client that made $1.5 million on her first year of business, and she cried when I told her, you're going to owe almost $350,000 in taxes. That's life-changing money.
Right.
So,
wow.
And I see this day to day with all of my clients. So I went through my roster of clients. Okay, how can I start optimizing their tax strategy, their business? And it clicked like, this is great. Why are we not talking more about this?
Absolutely. Well, fast forwarding now 15 plus years as a CPA, you have your own method, your own formula. And what patterns did you start seeing that led you to having more businesses convert to an S Corp? And what had you formulate this method, the S Corp secret? Tell us more.
So the pattern that I kept seeing over again was the frustration, was the embarrassment, was women were coming to me like, what am I doing wrong? Do I know something? Does everybody know something that I don't know? I'm working super hard and I'm not seeing my money. Where is it? We keep having all of these conversations. And the truth was, they were never guided. The system is not set up for business owners to win. We have to go out there and find the tools and find the people to help us build and grow businesses. I know when I went in college, I majored in accounting, but I never got a business class. How to be an entrepreneur. That was not something that was given when I graduated, like way back. And I think it's important to teach this generation to master accounting, to master finance, to master bookkeeping, because it's essential. We talk a lot about personal finances, but we need to talk about business finances too. We need to have healthy business finances in order to scale, in order to hire people, in order to compensate our employees, to create the backbone of our society, which I truly believe are small business owners.
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you on that. So tell me, how does someone converting to an S Corp or starting an S Corp going to save them $10,000 to $25,000 a year potentially?
So this is the example that I always give my clients when I get asked that question. I get asked that question every time S corporation comes to the table. So the easiest way for me to explain to you is, if you are an LLC and you're filing your tax return on your Schedule C of your Form 1040 and your profit was $100,000, automatically, that's 15.3% of self-employment tax. That 15 grand that it's going automatically to the IRS. That's not including federal income tax or state income tax. Okay? Now, if you switch, you elect your business to be taxed as an S corporation, that same $100,000 we can divide in reasonable compensation or payroll, and then what's left over, which will be the business net profit, it will be a distribution. So as an S corporation, let's say our payroll is $50,000, you only will be taxed self-employment on those 50. The leftover 50, it's not subject to self-employment tax. So you're already saving money right there. Now, imagine if and this is just in a small scale. So do the calculation. If your net profit is 200,000, 500,000, I have a client that her net income is $3 million a year. So we have to be very strategic in order to pay what is required of us to pay to the government, but without giving away more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so I've got to ask, one of my favorite questions here is, how does purchasing $100,000 car going to save some of these female entrepreneurs money on their taxes this year?
Well, this is funny because I just did that. And it's not about buying a car for buying a car. I needed to buy a new car. My lease was expiring, so I needed to make a decision of what I was going to do. So I decided, because for 2025 and forward, you can write off 100% of vehicles or equipment or investments, assets that you buy for your business. You can write off 100% of the cost. So I made sure to buy a vehicle that first qualified under the bonus depreciation rules. It's going to be used for my business. So I decided to buy a car. So the car cost $100,000. So I can write off as a bonus depreciation $100,000, and then my income is going to increase. Now that $100,000 taxed at a 20%, that's just $20,000 of savings right there. But you have to comply with the rules. You have to understand, and I will teach this on my S Secret method. I will tell you what the requirements are for you to buy a car. It's not any car. You need to buy something that qualifies.
Exactly. Okay. Well, what about our female entrepreneurs here who have businesses and they are running events out of their home? How can they get tax savings?
So this is a great strategy. And again, all of these strategies, they need to be applied according to the rules and requirements. So there are things that need to be put in place in order to do that. So this client of mine, which I follow her, I'm my biggest client's cheerleader. So I follow my client on Instagram, and I saw that she was hosting events for her team and was doing networks event on her beautiful house. So I reach out to her and I'm like, hey, you're doing this, then we can do this to help you save taxes. So what we can do is, it's called the Augusta rule. So we can write off the fair market value of rent. If she was going to rent, let's see, a venue to do the activity or to do the event, we can write off the fair market value of the rent. It's a business write-off, but it's not taxable income for her personally, if we abide by the rules and the guidelines of the strategy.
Okay. And now tell us about retirement. If someone is wanting to grow their retirement as an entrepreneur and they're not able, they don't have a retirement plan right now, or they want to put more money in retirement, how can they put more money in retirement to reduce their tax burden?
So absolutely. I think retirement is essential for every business owner that works from themselves, that they don't have a company that's matching their contributions. So I did this for another client of mine. He was contributing $20,000 to his 401k, but he was just matching. The business was matching 20, I think it was $20,000. But the law allows for employer, that means business, and employee, that means owner, to contribute up to $70,000 per year. So I told him, hey, we need to up our retirement contributions from the business. So when we increase his retirement contribution, he's saving $15,000 in taxes. So he's still keeping the money but the money is being rerouted to a retirement plan. And that move saved him $15,000.
Well, there you go. So if for anybody that is excited about everything that you've been talking about and they want to learn more about it, tell us the name of the system that you've created and why they should join it. We're going to put the QR code on the screen right now. Scan it to find out more.
So I created something that I named the S-Corp Secrets Method. And it's part course. You're going to have a few master classes explaining absolutely my favorite tax strategies, or at least the 7 or 8 strategies that every business owner probably qualifies in a simple and strategic way. In addition, you will get S-Corp legal templates, which I had an attorney help me draft. You're going to get checklists. You're going to get workbooks. You're going to get how to treat your reasonable compensation so it's audit proof. In addition, and the best part, I will prepare your custom tax plan. We're going to review 2023, 2024 tax returns. We're going to take a look at how 2025 is going, and we're going to create a plan that we can implement before December 31st so you can save on taxes before April 15 comes around.
Ooh, I like it. Well, this is a lot of good. Yeah, this is a lot of good information. Thank you so much for being with us. The QR code is there for people to have access to. And thanks for being on.
Absolutely. Thank you. My pleasure.
So our next guest has quite the interesting resume. She has spent over 20 years translating very high stakes information in the medical field, scientific field, and the regulatory field. And she's been able to condense it down and share it with people who are not in those fields, so things make sense. She's worked with physicians, she's worked with founders and policymakers to make very complex data very easy to understand. And now she spent 5+ years in the space of crypto investing, in early stage crypto investing at that. So we've got quite a unique guest on, and she's done so many interesting things, but what's most important to this conversation is the fact that she's been in rooms with founders, with researchers, with early investors, and she understands what newcomers fear. She understands what investors might be misunderstanding and the volatility of the market. And so in today's session, she's going to teach us a few things that we need to know and how we can close the gap between innovation and investor understanding, which is what this conversation is all about. So welcome, Lucia. We're thrilled to have you on. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. I thought I might talk today about two different crypto projects for different reasons. One is Ethereum, because traditional investors have recently begun to be holders of Ethereum through funds, through ETFs, and sometimes they maybe get advice to invest in it and not know very much about it. So I think there's a real need for understanding, and I think that I can fill that gap.
Oh, you can absolutely fill that gap, and we're gonna get there. But I want you to kind of give everybody kind of the foundational understanding. And I think the first question is, crypto funds are growing at a very fast rate, and they're also losing investors just as fast. And so I think the first thing that we should address is what's actually happening in this moment, and why are funds that are scaling quickly failing just as quickly as they've been scaling?
Right. So actually, I don't think that they're really failing. I think what's happening right now is that there's an overall dip in the markets, and crypto has followed the stock market, and it's still kind of coupled to the stock market. And so when you see stocks going down, especially smaller cap stocks or mid cap, and even the large caps are having dips now. Crypto is following the market, basically. So, but one thing that you're seeing at the end of the year is that institutions are moving out when there's a drop in price, because they need to do what's called window dressing. The same thing happens in stocks. And at the end of the year, for the fourth quarter, they need to make their benchmarks look better. And so they're cycling money into large caps that might be doing better, or they're looking for to show gains towards the end of the year. And they might well move back in January. And that's something that individual investors might not realize. They're seeing the large institutions, they're seeing just that money is moving out, and they're wondering what's happening and whether they should also get out. And I think now would not be the time to get out for that reason. But people panic, and having a greater understanding of what's going on can prevent people from panicking. They might think there's competition, and that's why Ethereum isn't doing well, or something like that. And I think it's important to understand what the competitive field is like and why Ethereum is unique in its field.
Well, that's great insight, and I'm thrilled that you're bringing up Ethereum here. Tell us where Ethereum really fits into this landscape. If you could tell us a little bit about its role, its purpose, and the strategic position, just a little, so that people have an understanding that may need it.
Yes. Well, Ethereum is kind of infrastructure for crypto. It's a blockchain that's programmable so that you can build other projects on it. But it also is very stable, and in blockchain architecture, I guess you could say, there's a kind of conundrum. There's a paradox that you can have two of three things work well at once, and that is you can have decentralization, which accounts for some of the stability of the system. You can have security, which is separate but also connected to the decentralization, and you can have speed, or the speed of transactions. And with Ethereum, it has the stability and so the decentralization and the security, but the speed is slower, so it's more expensive. And so other blockchains have been built on top of it, which are also kind of rails, which do some of the same things, but which bundle the transactions. And so if 1,000 of them go through at once, obviously that transaction on Ethereum is going to be much cheaper. Mm-hmm. So instead of taking 15 seconds for a transaction, you could have 1,000 transactions process in about that much time. And so it costs pennies instead of multiple dollars. And so that's why some projects have been built on top of Ethereum that are called layer 2s, and they roll up these transactions into bundles. So as a solution for speed.
And what about the foreseeable catalyst? What do you see as kind of upcoming movement, concrete, predictable drivers of growth with Ethereum?
Right. So I think that stable coins, which are projected to really explode and become a much larger portion of the crypto economy, will be part of the Ethereum ecosystem. And people may have heard that coins are being built on a kind of competing network, Solana, but it's more meme coins and coins that don't have a specific purpose, whereas stable coins, which allow transactions to take place all over the world, kind of like a substitute for the dollar, will settle on Ethereum. And even though there will be other companies or other crypto projects that will benefit from the success of stablecoins, Ethereum will also benefit from that. So that's one major catalyst for the future.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, talk to me, a little bit about, something we've discussed before, which was the 3-tier, challenge that investors, that investors have. So with EFT markets, they're segmented by sophistication. Can you tell us a little bit about how that works and how you see that?
Well, I think that EFTs, I think that I was just speaking of the different categories of investor who might be entering EFTs. There might be some investors may be more sophisticated, and so the language, more technical language, is accessible to them. And much of the language that surrounded crypto has been directed towards more sophisticated investors, whereas there's people who might have a passing exposure but haven't really studied it, haven't spent a lot of time, and they're a sort of middle group, and so they haven't been well served either by the kinds of communications that have been offered in the past. And then there's truly naive investors who are just new to the to investing in crypto, their advisor might have told them to buy ETH or that kind of thing. And so they have invested, but they don't really know what distinguishes it from other cryptos. They don't know much about it. And they need a more basic kind of orientation to these kind of projects. And so what's needed and what could be useful for especially the two the medium knowledge investor and the investor with a very basic acquaintance are educational email courses. They're kind of mini courses that just give a kind of orientation to what ETH is and what it supports and what the possibilities are. And then newsletters to keep people apprised of the latest developments, like what is happening with stablecoins and Ethereum and that kind of thing.
Okay.
As time goes on.
And you are able to help with this. You would tell us a little bit about, how you're able to help them. Do you put together these mini courses or correspondence? How does that work?
Yes, I produce mini courses that can be put on a landing page, and so they're useful for someone who's curious, who comes to, let's say, an ETF fund site or to an advisor site, and they can learn about the fund they're investing in, or they can learn as someone who's curious about it. So it becomes both a benefit for existing investors and a tool for acquainting new customers or clients about what the ETF offers.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's helpful. Please.
And then the natural follow-on is frequent touches for investors in all kinds of crypto. I was involved in an advisory group for about 5 years, and so it was once a week they had a video conference, and often there wasn't really enough news to occupy an hour video conference once a week, and they asked the members, which numbered in the hundreds because they were offering advice about multiple altcoins and crypto investments, whether they could skip a week. And people were adamant always that they wanted some reassurance once a week in that video conference. Wow. And also they send a newsletter once a week. So it's 2 touches a week. And I think when in turbulent times, which are pretty much all the time, crypto is very volatile, that's frequent touches are needed.
Wow. That's so interesting because lots of funds are probably not even having 2 touch points a week. And here they are having 2 touch points a week. And the consensus was we absolutely need it, even when there wasn't much to talk about. Wow. Well,
exactly.
Talk to us about, we're going to move from Ethereum for a moment and let's go over to BitTensor. What is it and what do people not yet know about this?
Yes, I suggested speaking about BitTensor because it's an AI and it's an AI project, basically. Many of the projects built on the BitTensor blockchain, which is modeled actually after Bitcoin, are AI related. And it was created to enable AI activities, although not all the companies are AI. There are 128 subnets, or each of which is like a separate company on BitTensor, and there could be more in the future. But I think that it needs explaining because it's very complex. There's a lot to understand about it, and each of these companies really needs communications and explanations. And so, because of that, I think that BitTensor really cries out for education for investors.
And would you say that it needs more attention and more communication than even Ethereum?
It has right now, and I think that it has a different kind of investor. The reason I mentioned Ethereum at the start was that traditional investors who haven't been very involved in crypto are buying Ethereum through ETFs and funds. And with BitTensor, it's newer. And so the investors are people who are interested often in both crypto and AI. And so it also offers the possibility of high returns through direct investments in the subnets. But it's complicated to get those high returns and not lose some of the principal that you've invested. With BitTensor, you have to buy Tau, which is the BitTensor token, to get access to the subnets. The subnets each have their own coin, which is called their own alpha coin. And so the alpha for subnet 1 is different from the alpha coin for subnet 4. And so in order to buy those alpha coins, you have to trade Tau or the BitTensor coin for those. And then to exit, to sell the alpha coins, you have to trade them for Tau in order to exit your position. So basically, Tau is the intermediary for the alpha coins. And what happens is that the coins that are offering high returns, sometimes an equivalent APY to something like 79%, which are called rewards on BitTensor. People are rushing in to those high reward coins, and it's kind of like buying at the peak, buying a stock at the peak. It could easily drop, and then you could lose the principal that you invested. So investing in the subnets is complex, and it's important to understand before rushing in what the pros and cons are of different strategies and that kind of thing. And so I think education is needed both for the projects that are being developed on the subnets, as well as the strategies for investing in them.
This makes sense. So you've mentioned a lot. We now have an understanding of why this is needed. Can you tell us a little bit about what happens when a fund decides to work with you? Can you create some clarity, and as to what it looks like to work with you and what the benefits are directly to their investors and consumers?
Yes. So I like to say that I take a consultative approach, although I mainly offer educational email courses, which can be a lead magnet for new investors or a benefit for existing ones. It enables a founder or fund to get an email address in exchange for a free benefit, which is this educational email course that helps someone understand the nature of their investment. And also, then they can send newsletters that will offer those frequent touches, those updates. And so I offer those two things, but I'm very willing to adapt those offerings to the needs of the particular founder or fund manager, so that if someone needs a twice a month email or newsletter, I'm perfectly willing to arrange that. And I do think that it helps, it's beneficial to plan to send a newsletter or communication for at least 6 months, because in that amount of time, your investor, you have educated your investor, and you have a sense of what you need to do. So I develop content, calendars, and strategies with my clients to help them better serve their clients.
In your words, what would you say is the reason why you are uniquely positioned to help these funds based on your experience and expertise? If they're looking around for someone to help them with this, why you?
Well, I speak from the point of view of both having been a naive investor and having watched many other people enter this space over a period of at least 5 years. And so I have a sense of the questions people have. I have a sense of the interval at which they need reassurance. And I have the background to adapt language that will reach all different audiences. And so for those reasons, I think that I'm well positioned to help founders and fund managers communicate in a way that's effective and will serve both their business goals and their clients.
Absolutely. And so if someone is watching right now that wants to find out more about what you offer, or they want to have a consultation with you to get something customized, how can they find out more? What steps would you like them to take?
Yes, well, they can reach me on LinkedIn or Twitter, X, Lucia Stern, LuciaStern, and that's
how they can reach you.
That's how they can reach me.
And as a final word, when a fund decides to invest with you, how are they going to get their ROI back? How do they see the return on that investment, and how soon could they possibly see it? I mean, that's the bottom line that many want to know.
Right. Well, I think that they can see that that investors will stay longer. There won't be as much. It could reduce volatility in their fund or crypto project, and I think that especially over a 3-month period, they could see fewer panicked emails, fewer calls and questions about whether it's time to exit, whether they could see, I think BitTensor founders could see greater interest in their project through understanding of what the short, medium, and long-term prospects are, and what to expect in terms of their projected timeline for their development. since most of them are early stage. And so less volatility and more customer satisfaction.
Wonderful. And so give us the steps for them to reach out to you again. What's the name on LinkedIn and X?
Lucia Stern, LuciaStern. And you can DM me or and we can set up a call or yes.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.